Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks for joining. If you guys haven't hit the like button now. We're going to be getting into the new interview with Seth Rogers from last night on the interview room. A lot of this stuff we knew. However, I think Chris probed a little bit more than anybody who's interviewed Seth. He's never really been interviewed by someone who really knows how to give an interview. Not throwing shade. I'm just saying, like, Chris went deeper. Hey, Blockbuster. Chris went deeper with more probing questions based on things we already knew. So we're going to walk through it together. And a lot of you are new to the case. So we'll be kind of filling in the blanks as we go. Welcome in. Hey, Caltato, Sparky, Robag, good to see you. Trail of Destruction, Shortcake Girl, Sin Cindy, White Lotus, hello. Also, right now, Sinner is hosting Seth. Seth came into chat, and they're chatting. There was a lot of drama on the drama side of this case yesterday, too. It's exhausting to even think about. But the Proudfoots have talked to a lot of creators and have shared a lot of stuff, and it's starting to come out. And it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. But right now, we're going to focus on this interview, Seth, and kind of get you guys up to speed on what is going on. Hey, Canes. Hey, Trail. Danish Girl. My Dad's on a Cruise. Paul Sorensen. Good to see you. All right, hit the like button, guys. It does get it out into the algorithm. We did not make our goal for Thursday, which is perfectly okay. We still have tomorrow. So no pressure. Truth seekers. Let's just talk about Sebastian. Let's walk through this. Let's get going.
Just trying not to fall apart.
Yeah. So tell everybody about your YouTube channel, and we're going to get into, where things stand in the nitty gritty tonight. I'm so grateful that you've carved out the time to trust me and trust
our
audience.
Hey, Sophia. Hey, Evelyn.
With your story here.
I appreciate everything you do to help bring enlightenment for my innocent child, especially. I do have a.
So it's really important too. Seth has been trying to get Chris McDonough to cover this for a long time. He's been wanting the Cold Case Foundation, which Chris McDonough is a part of, to take over the case. But Chris McDonough kept saying, we can't do it unless the parents are cleared, and you're not cleared yet. So there's a big thing with Sumner County where they have not come out and cleared Seth, even though he worked at the jail. He worked at the Davidson County Jail in downtown Nashville. And he says there were cameras all around. There's one thing in here, though, that I did catch. And that was that, hey, Shayla. That is that Tony Mathis, when Tony Mathis was still around, now he's since passed away, he was Seth Rogers' spokesman. Sebastian went missing February 26, 2024. I think because if they clear him, it puts pressure on the Proudfoots. That's the only thing I can think of. So what Tony Mathis said on a live stream when he was around was that Seth took a nap in his truck during work. And you're going to hear Seth say that he took a nap at Mathis's house. Although maybe that wasn't in here. Oh my God, maybe that was on when he went up on Truths. I don't know. Anyways, he did say that Tony said he took a nap during work. So Seth would pull into a parking garage, park there, leave his phone in the car because he says he can't bring it in. But Tony did say he took a nap during work. So is the jail on the up and up? with their systems, their protocols. Could someone have clocked him in and out? I don't know. These are all things that have been talked about in the past. So let's go ahead and get going in this.
YouTube channel. I share pretty much Sebastian's missing poster and other missing children's. And lately I've been doing question and answers on Fridays about Sebastian, about anything that people want to ask.
And he's gotten a lot of scrutiny because he started a YouTube channel and then he didn't use it. And then he would use it and he wouldn't necessarily show the flyer and things like that. Who's Steve?
That
Seth,
I know
you mean?
proper information for and
Okay.
people to speak about.
So keep me on the right track tonight as we go through Sebastian's case here. Sebastian Wayne Rogers, then 15, vanished overnight, February 25th through the 26th, 2024, from his mother, Katie Proudfoot's home, who's Seth's ex-wife. And in that home, living there as well, was his stepfather named Chris Proudfoot. And they lived in Henderson, Sumner County, Tennessee, where do they still currently reside there?
Believe so, sir.
Okay. He was last confirmed to have been seen on the evening of the 25th after a, quote, normal day, according to his mother, shopping, bowling, video games, they had dinner, etc. And then the mother heard a loud bang come from his room around 10 p.m. She asked if everything was fine. Sebastian responded he was. And on the morning of the 26th, when she allegedly woke up after a nap, walked in to his bedroom, and Seth's 15-year-old son vanished out of the home. And at that time, he was 15. Today, he would be 17. He's missing approximately 2.5 years now. And here's the kicker, everybody, that we're going to talk about tonight.
Well, the kicker is, too, now that you mention it, jails are covered in cameras. So is Sebastian's neighborhood. And there is no trace of him leaving his home. Keep that in mind. No trace of him leaving the home.
15-year-olds don't vanish. They do not vanish. And in this case, the key details are that he left his shoes behind, his cell phone, money, extra clothes, and of course, most importantly, food and medications that he needs to sustain his lifestyle and his condition of being on the autistic scale. His phone and cash remained on the dining room table when authorities arrived looking for him. There was potentially, though, one alleged missing item, and that was a small yellow flashlight. There was no signs of forced entry that have ever been reported publicly. Security cameras in the home reportedly were not working that night, and that's kind of weird because his mom actually works for a security company. His profile, Sebastian's profile. He is 5'5" at the time. He was 110 pounds to 120. Blonde hair, brown and brown hair, brown and hazel eyes. He was last reportedly wearing a black sweatshirt and pants, black squared frame glasses, and he was born December 7th, 2008. He has been diagnosed having autistic spectrum disorder. He's high functioning, which may affect communication and responses to stress. That is severely combined with a type of ADHD, which is called 6q27 chromosome deletion syndrome. This is a rare genetic condition linked to intellectual disabilities and developmental delays. Law enforcement has noted that these conditions may impair his ability to return home safely without some type of assistance. That, my friends, is our young man, Sebastian. With us tonight is his biological father, Seth. And Seth has been searching for his son diligently for approximately the full length of those 2.5 years. Unfortunately, his stepfather, nor his biological mother, has put in that amount of time. As a result of that, the current case status remains active. However, per the authorities, they are not working active tips currently that anybody is aware of. And how do we know that? Well, number one, there's a lawsuit that's been filed. And in that law.
Okay, so right there, he says, however, per the authorities, and I don't know where this came from because they've never said this publicly to us. But he's saying the case remains active, but they're not pursuing leads. What does that mean, folks? Does that mean they have their sights on someone? They just don't have enough evidence? Is this information that Chris found out? I would say that means they know who did it. They just don't have enough to prosecute.
Ski, Utah.
Hi, Ski, Utah.
Current case status remains active. However, per the authorities, they are not working active tips.
They're not working active tips. That doesn't even sound right. But before we get into this, with the basis being put out from Chris, let's take a listen to Katie Proudfoot in her first interview that she ever came out and did.
When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed,
This is from Duchess, the OG Duchess. This would be on March 3rd, 2024. Sebastian went missing the 26th of February. This is the first time that his mother is speaking out on this channel here.
when he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked, and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way
Okay.
there's transparency across the board.
Hmm?
Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, "Hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed." Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, "I can't find him." I was like, "Do what?" She goes, "Yeah, I cannot find him." I said, "Well, hang on." I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
Okay. So they didn't call 911. He called a office number, right? Like a after hours number to report this. She doesn't mention the thud in this one. No.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
Okay, so we're going to stop there, but now I want to move into their second interview. We're going to be doing a little bit of extensive coverage, if you will. Let's fire the second interview up. Hold on, let me refresh. I want you guys to get the whole picture, if you will. Why didn't that save? Save to watch later. This is going to be Duchess again. So the first interview, and then now we're going into the second interview with Duchess. And we're going to go to 1 hour, 29 minutes. Just let me get this up. Sorry. God damn, that's loud. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry. That was really loud.
We know.
You stated.
I was.
Okay, so 128. Here we go.
We come home and put our groceries away. Went and picked her up, and we
Really have a lot of friends. He didn't really have any friends. He has a couple of friends at school. Do you think it's possible that, and which you told me before you didn't think so, but
Oh, God, that Arctic fox is up here. This guy has now since been outed as a pedo. He was caught on predator hunters. Ugh.
do you think there's any way possible that he could have met a friend online, either at school or at his father's or at your house? Do you think that's possible in any way?
There's always a possibility. That is
This is March 17th, 2024.
a question that I can like. There's always a possibility that the child can do something. Now, from my best recollection, mom's best recollection, and the father's best recollection, not that we know of. Our house, as we've stated, has been. It is strict. It stays locked down with that kind of situation.
we use internet time and gaming as like a positive reinforcement rather than a free access.
Okay.
TBI is, well, excuse me, not just TBI, but all law enforcement agencies involved are actually anything and everything which way they can. They are doing their best to investigate, look, search, any little thing. And right now, we got no luck.
Thank you, Sarah.
Katie, can you walk us through, for anyone that's new to this case that may be just finding out about Sebastian being missing, can you walk us through what happened on Sunday, like before Sebastian, went missing? Can you walk everybody through that and what led up to you finding out that Sebastian was missing?
Yeah. Sunday morning, I'll just start at the morning. Sunday morning, we got up and I made a fun breakfast for it.
Okay, so this is Sebastian's last day before he went missing.
Spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. We FaceTime family while we were eating so he could brag because that's something he likes to do. And we were laughing and joking on FaceTime and having a good time with that. After breakfast, we got a call to go pick up our niece and go take her to meet up. So we did that. We went and picked her up and we met her mom at BJ's. And we were there with family members. we come home and put our groceries away. And then a little bit later, we went to the bowling alley, a local bowling alley here, and we played games. And then and this is just Bubba and I, and we went to dinner, just the two of us, and then come home. Um, he took the trash out because that's his chore. And he come in and he was playing in his room until bedtime. And at bedtime, I told him, I said, "Hey, Bubba, it's time to go to bed." And he goes, "Okay, good night, Mama, I love you." And then he said good night to his puppies. And he went to bed.
Okay. And walk me through what happened. You said that you were on a phone call, you were on the couch, and then you went to bed at midnight. Walk me through exactly what transpired during that time before you went to bed at midnight for you.
So, well, my husband, he works out of town a lot. So we normally sit and talk every evening. And I normally fall asleep on him. And he'll tell me, "Wake up, you gotta go to bed." And and that was right around midnight. So I got up and I put the puppies up and I went to bed myself at midnight. And I went to sleep, obviously. And then at 6 a.m. I went to wake him up for school, and that's when I couldn't find him. And sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. Tell me, did Sebastian take any type of medication before he went to bed, or that would make him sleepy? Or if he did take medication, it was just in the morning, or did he take medication at night before he went to bed?
He did take medication nightly
Okay.
and daily.
Okay. Okay.
And just FYI, Robat, if you're still here, Chronicles of Olivia interviewed them the next day. So this was May 17th. Olivia, well, she released her video on the 18th. So I don't know what day she actually was there. I shouldn't say that because this was an upload. So Olivia's came out on the 18th. Duchess' second interview was on the 17th.
For HIPAA reasons, we will not disclose
I
what the
understand.
medication is.
I was just trying to think, if there was something that might have made him sleepy, like if he would have woken up, all these different questions that people have asked me. So,
right.
But you don't have to disclose any particular. Nobody needs to know that, specifically. I just wanted to ask. Do you feel any particular way? Do you have any thoughts about Sebastian's disappearance?
Okay, so with that, we're going to watch Olivia, which came out on the 18th of March. Give me 1 second to get it up here. 2:05.
In today's video,
And we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home, He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he's come out of his room where he was playing. He said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. I love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep."
Okay, so here she says, hang on, let me pull up the transcript. Okay, so she says about 9 o'clock, I told him to go to bed. He come out of his room where he was playing. He said, "Good night, Mom. Good night, puppies. Love you." Went to bed. He was doing something in his room because an hour later, which they said earlier, it was about 10 o'clock, I heard some noise. And I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And at midnight, I got up and went to bed.
I heard some noise and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went in here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, where the F is he, I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, "I can't find him." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "He's not in this effing house. I can't find our son." And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying and I was screaming. And he was like, three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, "Our son is missing and we don't know what's going on." And he was like, "Go back to the house, they're on their way." And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And also, when we were driving up here, like, this neighborhood is so pretty and nice. And do you think, has he ever walked away before, or has that ever happened? It's just no, first time.
He's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing, has always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner. His primary areas are social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache, but for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
what are your theories? I'm sure your mind is...
Okay, we're going to stop there and go back to Chris and Seth. Now you get an idea of, that's the first 3 interviews of what happened that morning. I'm going to look for the next one that talks about the thud, but I'm still looking. We'll keep adding to this as we go.
Currently, that anybody is aware of. And how do we know that? Well, number one, there's a lawsuit that's been filed. And in that lawsuit, Seth, who's the biological father of Sebastian, has not been speaking with the authorities because they haven't spoken to him. They haven't called him. They haven't updated him. In fact, if they were to find his child tomorrow, or if Seth were to find his child tomorrow, if Seth were to find him first, the authorities would have no idea unless he called them. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of this channel, we have a problem. And you guys know how I am on this channel. I am a straight shooter. I don't beat around the bush. When law enforcement does it right, I'm the first one to tell you they did it right. However, sometimes we get it wrong. And I want to find out tonight if this is one of those times where things are going wrong. So Seth, thank you so much for being here tonight. And it's been nearly 2.5 years, bud. Can you walk us through
900 days?
Can you walk us through a typical day now of what that looks like for you searching for Sebastian?
Well, if I'm not home, then I'm going through tips. I'm going through any emails that I get. I'm on the phone with my PI. I'm on the phone with the FBI, or I'm calling and leaving messages. These days, it also includes my attorney. If I am following a tip, then I'm on the road. There are days that I just jump in my truck and I can't stay at home. So I will literally go out and, just hand out flyers.
You have a private investigator, you said?
Yes, sir.
Hey, tell us about that individual's, or if you want to share that information, how's that cooking?
She pretty much stays off of social media. She's not really into that. She's old school PI.
Okay.
And every time we do get any tips or anything in there, she literally will go through them, composite an email and send it to my FBI liaison. And so they can turn around and do that and do their job. And we continue putting out flyers so we can continue to get tips.
Now, let's walk back to the day he went missing. Let's talk about what you were doing and when you got the call, how this entire situation unfolded for the audience that may not be familiar with your son's case. Walk everybody through what that day was like and what was going on.
I worked a 12-hour shift, got off at 7 o'clock in the morning, got to my truck about 7:20, found a text message from the stepfather saying 911. I called, informed me that Sebastian was missing.
Okay,
and left from there and immediately headed to their house.
So you were notified by Sebastian's stepdad?
Correct.
And where were you working at the time?
I was at, we call it DDC. It's a downtown detention center in Nashville.
Okay, so you were a corrections officer at the time?
I'm a deputy sheriff. I just work in the corrections department. Yeah, I was in jail, maximum security, from probably about 6:50 till my relief showed up so I could get out of there at 7.
And are you on video working?
Yes, sir.
So you're at work. And what time did you go to work that day?
I was probably in the garage around 6 o'clock. I live in Clarksville and I work in Nashville, and traffic on 24, you got to plan on that. So normally I'm leaving my house at 4:30, 5 o'clock at the latest, so that I can make it there in case there's any accidents or traffic.
Okay, so simultaneously while you're going into work, it's been reported that your son is with your ex-wife, correct?
With his mother, yes.
With his mother, okay. And they're out to dinner and just doing things while you're headed into the jail downtown.
I'm going to work, yeah. It's I don't have Sebastian on that weekend, and on our schedule was I have Sebastian every other weekend. Well, that was the weekend that I didn't have him, so I'm at work.
Okay, so the night of from allegedly 10 o'clock, that was the last time it's been reported that Sebastian was heard, his voice, according to the mom, his mother. There was a bang in his room. Walk us through that circumstance.
That's what she stated. I mean, she said that there was I thought it was a thump, but in the room. And from my understanding, she hollered out to him, but didn't physically get up and go check on him.
Okay. And did he respond to mom?
That's what she said. She has stated that he responded.
Okay. And at 10 p.m., where were you?
I was at work.
At work. And the authorities have that video of you at work?
I'm pretty sure they do.
All right. You would hope they did, right?
I would hope they did their due diligence and followed procedure.
Okay. And so you're at work. Sebastian's with his biological mother. Where's the stepdad? Do you know?
Nope. From my understanding, from what I've been told, he was in Mississippi.
In Mississippi?
At the trailer park.
At a trailer park in Mississippi. What was he doing over there?
Supposedly he was working at the St. Jude's Hospital in Memphis.
Okay. What does he do?
He's a heavy crane operator. Crane operator of some sort.
So he's in Mississippi, allegedly. You're in the jail working on video. Mom's home with your son. So reportedly, she is the last person to be with your son. Would that be accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. So she's the last one at the house. And what time do you get the text message in the morning?
The message was sent to my phone at like 6:20, but I didn't get it till an hour later when I got off of work.
Okay. So about 07:20 in the morning.
Yeah, we're not allowed to have cell phones in the jail. I mean,
That makes sense.
that's a felony.
Well, yeah. Okay.
I work there. I don't want to stay there.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So you see the text at 07:20 that came in about 6:20 in the morning. And it comes in from the stepfather.
Correct.
And where was he when he sent that text?
I figure he was in Mississippi.
Okay. And how was he notified that Sebastian was missing?
Sebastian's mom.
So she calls him
Mhm.
and then he texts you
Mhm.
and you go over to the house.
Mhm.
Tell us about your visiting agreements and all of the stuff that when you guys had separated and who gets Sebastian, what day, what times, and shared custody.
It was pretty much joint physical, joint legal custody. We had come that Sebastian would stay with her because at this point in time I was homeless living in my car in California, and that I would have him every other weekend. And as I've got a place to live, we just kept it like that. If you wanted, we weren't that far apart. I mean, it was like maybe 2 miles. So if Sebastian wanted to come over and use the pool, I don't have a problem coming to get him. It was supposed to be for
What
both of
pool?
for
What's he
Sebastian.
talking about?
Then we moved here, and they moved here 4 months after they moved here. I arrived here in Tennessee and started renting where I currently live. And COVID was going on. So if there was an issue at their house, I would get a phone call. They got COVID a couple times. I came and picked up Sebastian. They were doing online school, so he could be here and go to school online through the laptop. And I thought everything was going good. I mean,
And when you say they got here, where were they living previous to Tennessee?
California. Yeah.
Is that the San Diego area?
Yeah. Spring Valley, El Cajon.
Oh, the pool in California.
Been to Oceanside a few times.
Yeah, El Cajon is what we used to call it. El Cajon.
Before.
Yeah, Oceanside, where the debris meets the sea, back in the day. Okay, so was he in the Navy, if I remember right?
I can't
Yeah,
with
he was in the
Chris.
Navy.
And when did he get out of the Navy? And was Sebastian living with them at the time?
I do not know. I don't know when he got out of the Navy.
Okay.
I don't know anything about really
Don't
his
be
past at all.
nasty sometimes. Okay. All right. So you get over there at about what time do you arrive at the house?
About 8:20. Took me about an hour to get from DDC to their house.
So about 08:20 in the morning, you're on the scene. And what do you see? What's going on?
I see a lot of police officers walking around, and I see people pulling drones out of the back of their truck and replacing batteries. And there's dog people there.
Okay. And who contacts you, or who do you contact first?
I just walk in the house.
So you just walked into the home.
Mhm.
All right. And who was in the home?
Michelle.
There was some law enforcement, and Katie was there, and then there
Hold
was
on.
other individuals there.
I got a shout out. Michelle Salter. Thank you so much for your Venmo. That is so nice of you. I got to add that to the goal. Thank you.
Okay. Then what happened?
I walked into Sebastian's room to see what it was looking like, and then introduced myself to people.
Did you make any phone calls to anybody on the way over, or did you just get the text message and shoot on the way
Got
over?
the text message, made the phone call, found out, got out of the garage, and headed straight there.
What did you find out on the phone call? I'm sorry, I should have asked you that.
He just told me that Sebastian was missing, and the
Don't
cops
be
and everybody
mad.
was at the house. And don't be angry.
That what?
Don't be angry. He told me not to be angry.
He told you not to be angry.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Don't
My
be
son's
mad.
missing, so,
how'd that make you feel?
like I said, my son's missing. I'm not angry. I'm panicking. I'm where's my son?
Was he angry?
No,
What was your gut?
he was just reading some information to me. There was no emotion when he talked.
So you get a phone or you make a phone call back after you get the text message. Where was he at that time?
From my understanding, he was at St. Jude's Hospital in Memphis.
In Memphis.
Mhm.
Still. And Memphis to Nashville is what, 3 hours?
I have no idea because I never really going there wasn't times that I've been there is after Sebastian missing, and from what he has stated, it's 3 hours and 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep, which
Doorstep
whatever.
to doorstep.
You could never.
That's what he said.
Traffic is always horrible.
Oh,
So you can
thank you,
never judge
Robot.
distance time wise by traffic because of traffic.
Okay. So you're there now.
He said that they're 2 miles away. I thought Clarksville was further than that. Sweet Sativa says, odd thing to say, and why is CP calling Seth and not Katie? I think they said that she was too upset. But the weird thing is, okay, so here's another weird oddity. For those of you that have followed this case, I know some of you haven't, but the ones that have, when were you under the assumption that Miss Bowersox got to the Proudfoot's house that day? Were they there before or after Seth? From your recollection. Oh, California? Oh, okay. Do you remember Miss Bowersox being there before or after Seth? Lucy, I know. Okay, everyone's saying before. Okay, well, here he says he was outside smoking and both Mr. and Mrs. walked by. I never heard Mr. was there. So was Mrs. there and then did she go get Mr.? Like, how did Mr. get there? You'll notice when we're talking about it, but just pay attention to when they talk about it. Hey, Osane, Mimi. Hey, Cal.
At about 0820, you go into the house. Do you talk to Katie or do you just go right into his bedroom?
I walk in, Katie, as soon as I came around the corner, Katie saw me and she shoved her.
So he left out that when he got there, he's told us in the past that he sat in his truck for 30 minutes before he went in.
Her phone in my face with a picture of Sebastian, I guess at PJ's, and she was like, we were having a good day. See, he was happy.
And that's all she said?
Yeah.
How did that strike you?
Why would my son need to be? Why are you telling me he was happy?
What was your feeling when she did that to you? Did you believe her?
No, but she's my ex. I mean, I don't believe a lot that comes out of her.
And I mean, sometimes obviously relationships are.
I'm kind of biased.
Well, yeah, I mean, relationships are relationships, right? And humans are human. But in this situation, how was she reacting to the fact that you're there now? He's missing. Her husband,
like she wanted me to understand that he was happy, so he had no reason to leave. So I wouldn't be mad at her.
Okay. Was it her impression that he left?
She's the one that was saying he walked out that door.
All right. So
she'd already reported him as a runaway.
That morning?
Yeah, when she called him up.
Have you heard any of the 911 calls?
No.
Have you heard any of the non-emergency call
I've heard the dispatch call.
And tell me about that.
They were looking for Sebastian. They were thinking that he had just ran away from the house and that he would be seen in the neighborhood.
Okay. And what kind of job does she do?
She installs cameras and security cameras and stuff for businesses and residential, from my understanding.
And did she have a security system in the home?
I had been told before that they had a camera in the kitchen. That's what Chris had told me. I know that there was an ADT sign outside, but I don't pay attention to cameras. I'm around cameras all the time. I mean, and obviously I'm not up to no good, so I really don't pay attention to cameras.
Got it. No question. No problem.
Big Brother's.
Okay, but he said in a previous interview that he knew where every camera in the neighborhood of Chris and Katie's neighborhood was. But now he doesn't pay attention to cameras. And there was one in the kitchen, and I think because snacks. This was last night on the interview room with Chris McDonough. Yes.
always watching us from somewhere.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the 21st century, right? Right.
No flying cars, but we got eyes everywhere. But I can't find my son.
Pretty soon we'll all be the Jetsons. There won't be a question about that one day. But
Then we'll be the Flintstones again.
yes, I know, right? So she works for a security company that installs security systems.
Correct.
Have you, at the time that day, and since that time, do you know now, 2.5 years later, if they had a security system operational in their home?
I do know that shortly after Sebastian went missing, that they upgraded their system.
So they upgraded it after he went missing.
Mm-hmm. Now, that means you don't, there's a difference. To me, verbiage is everything. There's a difference between install a system and upgrade a system. And Chris has stated that they upgraded their system, which means, to me, they just better cameras, maybe microphones, speakers. I don't know. I don't install security systems.
So she shows you a picture of him in his pajamas. Did she say anything?
He was in regular everyday clothes.
Regular everyday clothes. So she had a photo.
BJ's.
I'm sorry?
They were at BJ's, which is like a Sam's Club.
Yeah. So she took a picture of him at a
table
at a big box store.
Yeah.
She say why she needed to take that picture at a big box store?
No.
Whenever you took him to like BJ's or Costco or anything like that, do you photograph him?
No.
But for some reason she had that photograph. Did she say when it was taken?
Well, from her, what she was implying, look, I have a picture. He was happy. She was implying that she had just taken it before he went missing, which to me, I meant would have been Sunday. But from what I understand now was Saturday, supposedly.
Okay. So
the takeaway from that is that the first thing that Katie said to Seth when she saw him, according to Seth, is she showed him a picture from that day and said, "This is from BJ's. He was happy."
she has a photograph of him at a big box store, and that is a proof of life that he was happy.
Yeah.
So that's the last proof of anything about his state of mind and potentially the clothing that he was wearing
at that time. Now at that time. There's the Texas Roadhouse, which law enforcement did show me him leaving the building and getting in her vehicle, which that was Sunday. And I have video and pictures from the bowling alley, which was prior to them going to Texas Roadhouse, that the owner of the bowling alley gave me.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen all of that, and that I'm curious as to what your reaction was when you saw the picture of him at BJ's. And so at that point, you go into his bedroom. What drove you into his bedroom right away?
It's the last place he was supposedly at. This was before the proof of life from Texas Roadhouse,
okay.
And it's where Katie said he was at. So I walked in there.
All right. And what did you see?
The room was messed up, but what kind of caught me off guard was, the phone's plugged in the kitchen. The PlayStation 4 is sitting on the dresser, but there's no TV for him to use it, and his switch is plugged in at the wall.
So what was your impression?
Why would knowing that my son isn't allowed to have his phone in his room at their house, why would she allow the switch? That kind of caught me off guard. I mean, at my house, yeah, Sebastian's TV, his switch, plug in for his phone, plug in for.
So no TV. BJ's is like a big box store. It's like Sam's Club. Okay, so no TV. TV was probably taken away. Brad McCombs, I have never, ever seen you before. Are you new? Are you new here? I don't think he's jealous of them at all. I think Seth wants to find his son, Brad. Anyways, switch was in there. Plug for his phone in there. No TV. But we can't forget that there was also a fucking bed in the garage. Well, it is his son, Brad. Why does that make him a sociopath? You were here years ago? Really? I don't think that makes him a sociopath at all. Holy smokes, 75 months for Miss Shell. You guys, look at that. That is probably the biggest one I've ever seen. Ride or die, Shell. Can we give Shell a round of applause for 75 months as a member here on J for Justice? Don't I want new viewers? Of course I do. I just think it's funny that new viewers come in off the bat just attacking Seth. It's weird. And I love my OGs like Shell. 75 months. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Jack. Thank you, Shell, so much.
Or the tablet, if you have all that's in his room. It's his responsibility if he wants to keep it charged so he can play it or not. But she always, you know, he's not allowed to have electronics. He's grounded. They took the TV out. Why is the switch in there? If he was grounded from electronics and stuff, why, you know, can't have his phone plugged in where he can hear it if it rings or whatnot? But he can. It just caught me off guard.
Walk me through when you would go pick him up on your days of visitation and you guys get to hang out. Tell me about how that routine
Don't be nasty
takes place.
sometimes.
I have him on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on my weekend. So that means I'd get off of work at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'd go home, take a shower, try to get some sleep, and then I would drive back. Sebastian would get off the bus at 3 o'clock, and I'd be waiting in the driveway. Sebastian would go in, do whatever chores his mom wanted him to do. Before then, he would come out, jump in the truck, and we'd head to Clarksville. You know, if he was hungry, we'd stop and get something to eat beforehand, unless he wanted, depending on what he wanted. If he wanted Chick-fil-A, that's extra 11. If he wanted to sit down and eat, then we figure out what we're going to do then. You know, it also depend on if there was any tournaments or anything going on with Magic. You know, if we had a D&D session about to happen, if we were going to go fishing.
What is Magic?
Magic the Gathering. It's a CCG, it's a collectible card game, kind of like Pokemon, but it came out before Pokemon.
Okay,
that 97.
So you'd be out waiting for the bus to arrive. The bus would arrive. He'd get off the bus, and would you greet each other?
Well, he'd see me, I'd wave, but you know, his first thing is to go.
So what's going to be important is to notice that how often Sebastian was left alone. Seth, if he had to work, he was gone for 12 hours. When Sebastian got off the bus, nobody was home. And I've heard that Katie wouldn't get home sometimes until as late as 8 o'clock at night. Sebastian was found underneath a neighbor's vehicle at one point. So there's a lot that didn't come out in the beginning that we later found out.
Go in to the house, put his backpack up unless he's got homework, and take care of his chores. Because the sooner he's done feeding and watering and changing, you know, the dog pee pads or whatever, and whatever else his mom wanted him to do, the sooner we can get out of there.
Whenever you would pull up.
So he's picking him up. So if he's got to do all these chores, did Seth go inside? Because wouldn't he know about the camera? Like if he went in and helped Sebastian, you know, get his chores done so they can get out of there, or did he wait in his truck? She's on her own channel, boo. She's around.
Before the bus would arrive, would you have any interaction with your ex?
Most times she wasn't there. She was at work.
All right. Typically the days you would go pick him up, he would go into the home by himself.
Yeah.
And what would he come out with?
If he had homework, he'd come out with his backpack and he'd come out with his cell phone.
All right. And anything else? Any other items?
Sometimes he'd have some Legos in his pocket or something.
Okay. So you're a Lego dad, huh?
He's a Lego kid, and I buy him Legos all the time. To me, they're small little miniature puzzles. So it's like, you know, I like to buy the individual ones for him, you know, and then he can put one together, or I can help him put one together. It's just something for us to do, and then we put them up on a shelf and let him collect dust.
That's cool. What you say he has maybe some chores and stuff. Was he on routines?
I mean, I guess when he gets off the bus, he's got things he's got to do before his mom gets home.
Okay. Would the stepdad be home at any time, and would you see him
every once in a while?
And what were those interactions like?
Hi, how you doing? Cordial. I mean, as long as my son is being taken care of and being treated, and I don't have a problem with anybody. I didn't know a lot of the stuff that was going on until afterwards.
Okay, and we'll get into that. We'll head to that. So his routine then, would he have left his cell phone?
No, he would. There's been times that he's gotten to the truck and was like, "Do you have your cell phone?" And he was like, "Yeah, I do." And then he doesn't. And then he has to go in and find it. And it's like, you got to have your cell phone.
So you would remind you.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have your cell phone, because if your mom's trying to get a hold of you, she's not going to call me. She's going to call your cell phone.
Okay. Had there ever been a time where he had forgotten his cell phone?
No.
All right. Was there ever a time where you would get a phone call from, I guess I'll call her Katie, and
Katie.
she would Huh?
I said, that's her name, Katie.
Okay. And was there ever a time where Katie would call you to tell you certain things about him?
She'd call me and let me know what was going on with school, doctor's appointments, things like that. Or I'd get a text message. Most of the time it was a text message.
And how were those interactions?
Brief.
Okay. Were you ever asked to intervene in terms like rides to the doctor or
Oh yeah, it's
school?
Sebastian. Well, that's one of the reasons why I work night shift. She works during the day, I work during the night. So if there's a doctor's appointment, I'll take him.
All right. Yeah. Now walk me through the type of, does he need medications?
She has him on medications. She had him on medication to help him sleep. She had him on a medication to help him focus in school. And most of the time when they give you those, they also give you, other medication because of the side effects from other medications.
All right. Do you know if he took medication the night he allegedly walked out of the house?
I don't.
Has anybody asked that question?
I have.
And what answer did you get?
My question was, did you look at his medicine and count it?
And
the detective was like, why would I do that?
So you asked the question and the response was, why would I do that?
Yes.
Okay. And
Okay, so that was new. That was new. Let's listen to that again. Do you know if he took his medication the night before? Now he's saying that he asked if they counted. And he said, why would I do that? So the question is, didn't do that then? If they didn't, did you see his meds and did you count them? I mean, if they weren't taking them as evidence,
from other medications.
And we found out just recently that Sebastian was taking something for ADHD, and a lot of kids don't take it on the weekends and don't take it in the summertime.
all right. Do you know if he took medication the night he allegedly walked out of the house?
I don't.
Has anybody asked that question?
I have.
And what answer did you get?
My question was, did you look at his medicine and count it?
And
the detective was like, why would I do that?
so you asked the question and the response was, why would I do that?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's a sleeping medication. And then it sounds like he has the other side of that, because one is a depressant, obviously, but meaning not for depression, but it makes you sleepy. And that would be a classification. And
He's
the
got,
other one,
he's got
would be
one
a
to help him sleep at night, and the other one is so he can focus while he's at school.
right. So that would be a stimulant of some sort. So,
Right. And it's totally normal to not take the stimulant in the summertime. As a matter of fact, most doctors actually recommend that you take a break when you're taking medications like that.
they call that the synergistic effect. One pulls you up, one pulls you
Balance.
down.
It's and any person with ADHD or autism functioning wise, we know what that is. I remember as a kid being on one and then the other one.
Okay. Have the authorities checked with the pharmacies to see if any of those medications have been filled since he's been missing?
Do not know. I do know that I used his insurance information and contacted them to see if anything had been processed, and that was no. Nothing's been processed under his name and insurance. So if he's getting any of his medications wherever he's at, it's either going to be facility issued or somebody's paying for it without using insurance, or he's not on it.
So when you say facility issue, we'll get to that in a bit here, because there's a possibility, you believe, that if he is alive, he could be in a medical facility of some sort.
I believe he's alive. I just got to find out where he's at. It could be in a facility. It could be in a boys' home. It could be walking on the streets, not knowing, what's going on, just lost.
So in one of your thought processes then, and keep me straight here, is that if he voluntarily walked out of that house, somehow, some way, an authority of sort put him into a facility.
I mean, state agency didn't bother to call me, dude. I mean,
Okay.
literally. So anything's possible.
No, I
Anything's
understand.
possible because I've seen some of the impossibilities, things that shouldn't have happened through procedures and protocols happen on this.
Right. But we have an 8-hour window here.
Mm-hmm.
And in that 8 hours, I don't think anybody is working to come over to the house and say, okay, you're coming with us. Or at 3 o'clock in the morning, the law enforcement, if they would have run into him, would have obviously made a phone call to next of kin and said, hey, we have your son here. He's on this, whatever. We're going to take him into protective custody right now. because they would have had to been notified, Chris and Katie, right away. And then, of course, you being the biological father, and if you have
I hope
joint
they
custody,
notify me if they find my son.
well,
I mean,
no, but what I mean by that, Seth, is, obviously they still have to find, or they have to follow that protocol. And if they don't follow that protocol, then they're breaking the law.
Right.
And, that's a no-brainer. So which goes back to, this is on the pretense or the pretext that he voluntarily walks out of the house. That's one theory.
Correct.
Okay. And within that theory, your belief system is it possible he could have been picked up by somebody or, by an authority of some sort, because somebody in authority would have had to have the ability to say, okay, I am custodial guardian over this child who is in, the mental capacity that he is in. So
Right.
therefore I'm going to tell you, this young man is going to go in this facility and we're going to keep it quiet. It has to be.
Yeah, this whole facility thing is a far stretch. Boo, who are you talking about? Does who look cracked out? If anybody thinks that this man right here looks like he's cracked out, you are fucking cracked out. Hey, Sage. I hope you're not talking about Seth, Boo. I mean, you can dislike him, but the last thing he looks is cracked out.
To be somebody in authority, and typically it has to be a court order.
T-Rev. Oh, shit. Okay. T-Rev. Oh, my God. Okay. Now I see. I'm sorry. I stepped into the middle of a conversation. I will see my way out of it.
Authority situation, unless it's a violent situation where, the biological parents and you being one of them, you would have to make that decision as a legal custodial guardian. The cops can't make that decision, nor can Child Protective Service. CPS can't make that decision either. There has to be a whole workup from the court that says, okay, go get that kid. Okay, and the state's going to take custody of that child, and we're going to start making decisions for that child. Which leads now into theory number 2. All right, that's theory number 1, where you believe, you're hoping, you're praying, and I'm praying with you. Either way, if that's your belief system, and then I'm sticking with your concepts. But belief system number 2 now would be, you go in the room, his switch is there, but his TV's not. To your point, what good is the switch if there's no TV to watch it on?
Well, the Switch is a handheld gaming device.
Okay, so it's a handheld one.
Right. The PlayStation 4 that's on the dresser, there's no TV next to it. That's why they left it there. I mean, Chris, he told me, he was like, I took the TV and I put it in my camper. And Chris was gone already. So they left the PlayStation there because he...
No, Disco Roller Girl. Disco Roller Girl wants to know this. Hang on, let me turn on my camera for this one. Disco, let me read your comment. Hold on. Let's read you, Disco. Look at my dreads, Disco. I need maintenance. Disco says, it's really, really funny that you're defending Seth when you spread a ton of lies and hate about him, in my opinion. Is it because Elevated Truth threw you under the bus about sleeping with Chris Stank Feet? In my opinion. What? Like, Disco Roller Girl, are you all right? Disco Roller Girl is probably Green-Eyed PI. Will you sing for me, lady? These people are off their fucking rocker, dude. Off it. Off it.
He didn't have a TV to play on it.
Okay, so where's that TV now?
Don't know. I know Chris said that he took it from there and put it in his RV.
Oh.
All right. And
so Sebastian's TV went into the RV. I see you, Gyps. I had you pinned. Thank you for 27 months, babe.
So it was in his RV, which meant that the TV would be in Mississippi with Chris.
So any reason why he took it out of
Sebastian got in trouble.
I'm sorry?
Chris told me Sebastian got in trouble, so he took the TV from him.
Okay, so his punishment was, I'm taking the TV and putting it in the camper, and he took the camper to Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. For work.
How long before this occurred did that happen?
At least a month.
So about a month earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see your son in between that, or
what did he get in trouble for that it was taken a month earlier? End of January. Do you guys remember the little Sebastian Rogers video that was on YouTube? Where someone was hiding underneath a deck? That was the end of January too. Guess what else happened at the end of January? Court documents came in on a custody suit against Chris Proudfoot for his daughter that lives in New Mexico. That happened then too. A lot was going on a month prior, huh?
During that month?
Mhm. I did.
And did he mention it?
No,
He didn't say anything about it.
didn't say anything about it.
Mm.
But
Did he? Go ahead.
he's coming home. He's coming here. And it's like, I've already, his mom didn't want him bringing the Switch to my house. You can have the Switch when you're at their house, because she didn't want it to get broke or damaged or anything else. So I turned around and went and bought Sebastian a Switch at my house, and he's got a PlayStation
So he couldn't bring his Switch to his dad's, so he went and had to buy one for his house, is what he says.
3 and a TV already in his room. So when he's coming here, anything that he doesn't get to do there, he's going to get to do here. The only electronic he has to bring from their house is his phone.
Okay, so walk me through why that's important to him.
Sweet Sativa says last CPS visit was January 24th or 25th. Was it really?
He likes to game. I mean, he enjoys gaming. He likes playing video games. He can sit there until the batteries die and then plug it in and still continue to play it. If it wasn't for sleep, in school, he likes playing video games and watching movies. When he's here at the house, he would literally be in the living room sometimes, curled up in the recliner, playing on a Switch and watching, Netflix. Normally some Batman animation or Spider-Man. He's watching cartoons and playing video games.
He strikes me as a very sweet, innocent young man. Am I off base there?
No.
And it looks like he has a very soft heart towards animals.
He loves animals.
Walk us through that. Tell us a little bit about Sebastian and his love of animals.
When we lived in California, we had a bearded dragon by the name of Goose.
That's like a iguana, right?
Smaller version, but yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's a lizard, but it's a bearded dragon. And we would literally sit there after we rescued it. It had calcium deficiencies and stuff like that. So we got it in a new cage. We sat there and we're feeding it crickets. We have to, mix everything together. I mean, we rescued it and it was about yay long. And I would say 6 months later, it was from my arm to about here, from my finger to here. I mean, it got big. But it would sit there literally on his shoulder or my shoulder while we're on the couch watching TV or playing video games. I mean, I let Goose run around the house during the day, and he would climb up on the couch and watch TV if nobody was watching it. Sebastian has always loved animals. He loves cats. He likes dogs. He got bit in the face by a dog, 7 stitches, and still is not scared of him. Literally got out of the emergency room and went back in and wanted to go right back for the dog to give the dog a hug because he already forgave the dog.
Tell me about these puppies here.
Those are Morkies. I believe they are Katie's. Those are the dogs that were living there when Sebastian went missing.
Okay. And what about looks like a snake?
The python, that was, I believe, if I remember correctly, I think that's his snake. That was Brownie that he was raising.
Okay. And where were these photographs taken? Do you know?
Well, the top, if you scroll all the way to the top, I can tell you. That one's from school, the top one. The second one is in Chris and Katie's house. That's them in the living room in front of the grandfather clock. That one right there was taken in their kitchen. That one right there, I'd say, was taken in Katie's vehicle. That one right there was taken in their house. And that one right there was taken when he needed a new pair of glasses. And Katie was sending me pictures because he wanted my opinion on the glasses.
What was your...
What's so funny is that I can nail your dumbass green-eyed PI. Here's Snippy273. She says, "What an idiot. You don't even know I changed my name from green-eyed PI? No, bitch. I don't pay attention to you. Go away. Go away, green-eyed PI." Or whatever, Snippy. Snips.
Your mama's high, bitch. Get out of my chat.
You guys are so transparent. I love it, though. Keep being you. Do it, Snippy.
What's your opinion?
They made it that they're bigger than his face. But if he likes them, then he can wear them. I mean,
That's a cute kid right there, man. Good for you. Good for you. So you're at the house, you're in the bedroom. Things are they clicking for you, or are you getting any feelings either way?
I don't
What's
like the situation.
what's-
I don't like it. I didn't like what I saw. I mean, the fact is, I walked in and nobody was on the same page. I shouldn't have been able to actually come even into the front yard without somebody stopping to ask my identification first. And I stopped and talked to the dog people first, and they didn't even ask me who I was. I walked up. I was like, "Hey, are your dogs tracking dogs? Are they going off of scent? What is your dog's purpose?" I was picking up information.
So you pulled up and the authorities are there at that time.
Yeah, they're everywhere in the house. They're nowhere.
There's no
There
jammer.
might have been one in the front, except for the dog person, but there was nobody. Nothing was cordoned off. They weren't stopping anybody from just walking in. Neighbors and stuff were coming in and out, bringing food.
When you say bringing food, what do you mean?
The neighbors were cooking food because Sebastian was missing, and they didn't hear. You don't need to be cooking anything. We brought you something.
Oh, okay. So, but right when you get there, are the neighbors there too, or is just the law enforcement authorities and the
Law
canine?
enforcement. There was a couple other people in Katy.
Okay. Law enforcement, a couple other people, and Katie were there when he got there. So now we're back to the morning of things. This is when he's arriving at the house.
Okay. Where's Katie?
Katie was when I saw Katie, she was standing next to the wall showing me her picture. And then afterwards, she went and sat down on the couch. She pretty much stayed on the couch, or she was sitting in the dining room table.
And what was
Okay. So she's sitting on the couch or at the dining room table.
her reaction, in your opinion?
She was just crying.
She's what?
Crying.
How did that strike you?
I'm a guy. I'm wanting to find my son. So I didn't stay there very long. I turned around, assessed the situation, and walked out to go to the command center and get more information. Because they were already setting up the command center, and I was driving around looking for my son.
Did anybody approach you at any time and say, "Who are you"?
One of the law enforcement agents, I told him who I was.
And then what happened?
They advised us to stay at the house, and I pretty much told them where they could. My son's missing. I'm going to go look for my son.
Where were you going to go?
Drive around. They told when I told them I was going to go look for my son, they were. If you're not going to listen to us, then if you're going to drive around, stay in your vehicle, stay on the roads, and don't go walking through the woods. Well, I don't know.
Okay, so he wanted to leave. He was probably extremely uncomfortable there. I got to give him that. But they recommended that they stay at the house. And he was like, "No, fuck that. I'm going to go drive around." Yes, he did, Gyps. I thought that they were there when he got there, but listen.
Know the area, so I'm not going to go walking through the woods unless I got people with me. So I drove around on every road with my screaming Sebastian's name, screaming into the woods, waiting to see if I could hear anything back. I mean, driving every 20 or 30 feet and then stopping and seeing if I hear anybody scream and hollering for Sebastian.
Did you take anybody with you?
I don't have anybody to take with me. Okay. I mean, my son is the person that rides with me in my truck.
Sure. Did Katie want to go?
No.
Did you ask?
No.
Okay. And how long do you think you drove around?
I was on and off again, driving around, then going back to the house to see if there was any information. So I would drive around for an hour and a half, and then I would drive back to the house to see if there was any new information. And then I'd go to the command center and find out if there was any more information. And that's pretty much what I did for 8 days.
Okay. And during that,
I would leave Hendersonville at like 11 o'clock at night, drive home to Clarksville, get up at 3 and drive back down.
With missing children, you have a 3-hour window. Statistically.
Right.
And so you're already behind the 8 ball by about 5 hours.
Okay, so I just ended the poll, and the poll was, do you believe that Seth stayed at work the entire time, even though we haven't seen the proof? Knowing what we know about the jail, blah, blah, blah. 72% of you say yes. And 28% of you say no. 28% of you think there could be corruption.
At the bare minimum.
Right. At the bare minimum. Providing, historically the story is, partially true.
Providing accurate information, yes.
Right. And so you're looking now, and you come back, and I just want to stay on the first day. I don't want to get into any of the other stuff yet.
I came back to the house probably 3 or 4 times.
Right. And what was the vibe going on there within you, within the authority, from what you could tell from the authorities, and within Katie?
As the day proceeded, I mean, everybody pretty much, all the law enforcement people pretty much emptied out of the house. There was one guy sitting at the dining room table. Katie was pretty much on the couch, rocking back and forth, crying.
Okay, Boorilla, take 5.
And then, I mean, because I left there at, I want to say,
Listen, I'm done with the distractions, Boorilla. I really am. I'm trying to focus on this. We're trying to talk about this, and you're completely disrupting. So you got 5 minutes. You can come back if you want. If you're going to be an idiot, just don't bother. This isn't funny. Nothing funny about this.
I left there at like 1:30, 2 o'clock was when law enforcement asked me to drive home, and they wanted to follow me to my house here in Clarksville. And they wanted to know the route that I would take to get home. So I told them we just really kind of depends on traffic and Google, and if we have anything planned. I would either take 24 at traffic, or I'd go down 41 and take 41 and come out on exit 1 in Clarksville through Kentucky. And there's multiple different back roads through there too. And I told them those, and I was like, these are the routes we take. And right now it's 24. So, I'm going to take 24 to get to the house. And I took that route, jumped on 24, went down Long Hollow Pike, and then went down, I can't remember the name of this road today for some reason, until I got all the way down to make a right and take it to 24 and miss all the downtown traffic on the interstate, which is, takes you to exit. I want to say Hope Road, I think. I'm not too sure. I'd have to look at a map. But from there, I jump on the interstate and then head to Clarksville. And they followed me. We got here. They came in. They went through my house.
How many guys?
2.
Were they sheriffs, FBI, TBI?
Sheriffs.
All right. And then what happened?
They went through the house, and then by then I'd already called people, and they'd already and had my neighbors actually looking to see if Sebastian had came through, or if they'd seen him, and they put a note on the door that for Sebastian, if you show up, call your dad now. I asked my neighbors if they saw Sebastian, just to call 911.
Okay. And what did the authorities ask you?
Pretty much they asked me where I was at work, and then they asked me, they asked me if they could look through my house. I was like, yeah, go ahead. House, closet, garage, wherever you need to look. I don't care. And after they did that, they left.
Did they ask you for your phone?
No.
At any time had they asked you for your phone?
No, they didn't do that till the next day.
Okay, so the following day, you gave your phone.
Yeah. They asked me if I gave it to them.
Did they download it?
Yeah, they had it for over 12 hours and downloaded everything off my phone.
Okay. And that'd probably be a Celebrite download, right?
A what?
It would probably be a Celebrite download.
Yeah, what?
That's the software that they use.
Thank you,
From my
Sophia.
understanding, they use somebody, the tags on the stuff that I got back stated they used Vanderbilt University to download everything. So whatever program they used, I do know that they burnt the image into my screen on my phone and blew up my battery.
Yeah, they have Vanderbilt has a UFED up there. So everything gets downloaded from your phone. How about Katie's and Chris's?
Yeah, they took Katie's and Chris's the next day as well.
So everybody's phone got collected.
Correct.
Here's the big one. What about Sebastian's?
They took Sebastian's phone as well.
So his is downloaded as well.
Well, they have his phone.
Right. They still have it.
Yes.
Okay. It's
as far as I know, they still have it.
So it's sitting in evidence somewhere.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you do then? That day that they came to your house, everybody searched. The neighbors are aware. Then where do you go?
Well, I'm here, so I start cleaning up after they did their, investigation or look through my house. And after that, I laid down, got some sleep, woke up, headed back down there. I was exhausted.
Yeah. Around what time was that?
I went to sleep that night, and then when I woke up, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. So about 2 a.m, and you head back towards the house, Katie's house?
Yeah, I head towards Hendersonville.
So by that time, have you communicated with your job? What's going on?
Yeah, I've already communicated with my job. I communicated with my job when I got to my house. I turned around and contacted my sergeant and my captain, and then I contacted human resources as well.
So everybody in the chain of command is aware that your son's missing, and
Correct.
The sheriff's department knows by this time, I'm assuming, and keep me on the straight track, that you have notified your chain of command because you're, law enforcement.
Thank you,
And
Cal.
Everybody's good to go.
Yeah.
Would that be an accurate assessment?
In fact, I believe the next day, I believe that my boss was actually on TV doing an interview with somebody, telling them that, yeah, I work for the sheriff, that I'm one of his officers and everything else.
And that they have you on video in the jail around the time your son goes missing.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they were told because they never have actually told me what they told Sumner County.
Okay.
But I did have my attorney contact Davison for my timesheets and anything that they could use to make sure that I was there, to prove that I was at work and never left.
So your department basically is your alibi. Would that
Yeah,
be
that and probably 50 so cameras.
okay? That's a lot of cameras.
Well, I mean, they got a lot of cameras that, I mean, there's cameras. It's a electronic access to get into the garage to begin with, because the parking area is underneath part of the jail. So, I mean, you got to have access to get in. So they have my ID scan and then video camera footage of me coming in, and you're on camera everywhere except for the bathroom.
Okay. Have the authorities to this date, 2.5 years later, cleared you?
They have not come out and stated anybody's been cleared.
All right. But you weren't the last person with your son. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. So let's go back to the house. You arrived 2 o'clock in the morning, first night.
No, I did not go there at 2 o'clock in the morning. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when I left here, I got there at about 3, and then I just drove around. I was not going to their house until again. No.
And what was the reason for not going towards the command center and stuff like that?
I didn't have a reason to go to the command center yet. I wanted to drive around and see if I could find my son.
Okay. So you're driving around looking for him still that evening. At what point do you get over back to the house?
I think I went over to their house maybe 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Walk me through that.
Went there, asked, has anybody heard any information? Nobody's heard any information. I leave.
Who's there?
At this point in time, it'd be Chris and Katie are there.
Hey, stop just for a second. You come through the door.
Oh no, this time I knock.
You knock on the door. What happens?
They open the door and let me in.
Who's they?
I think it was probably Chris.
What happens?
At this point in time, the second day is when they took our phones. So once they took our phones,
Boo, you're
I
an
have to deal with
idiot.
that too, because nobody knew they took my phone. So I actually had cops and stuff coming to my door here because people were calling for welfare checks on me and couldn't get a hold of me. But they took my phone, and 12 hours later, I was like, you guys need to give me my phone back. I've been without it for long enough. There's people I need to contact. My son is missing, and my mom and dad, my family, people that need to know that I'm okay. And they have no way of contacting me. While they were doing that, I was between the house and the command center and driving around looking for Sebastian.
Okay. So you're at the house. I want to take you back to the house for a moment. You knock on the door opens. Chris is there. What happens?
Not much. I mean, are you talking about
That's the first time you see him, right?
No, I saw him on day 1 when he showed up before I left to go back to my house.
Okay. I didn't know that. So let's back up.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Sebastian.
Let's go back to the day before.
When Chris got there,
what time did he get there?
I want to say that he got there right before I left, and I want to say that we left at like 1:30, so he was there by the time we left.
Okay. So what's an approximate time? Because I want to make sure that I'm getting a timeline correct here.
I'd say about 1:30.
About 30. Okay. 1:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
All right. So about 1:30 in the afternoon, he shows up. What was he driving, if you remember?
His truck.
What kind of truck? If you know.
I don't. It's not my truck. I think it was a diesel big old truck that would pull a fifth wheel. I mean, it was a big old truck.
Is he with anybody?
I didn't see anybody with him when he came into the door.
Hey, Sinner, I heard that Seth popped up on your panel. Hope that went well. Hope you're doing well today. David!
Where were you standing when he pulls up, if you remember?
I was in the house. I heard him pull up, and I walked to the door.
Did you let him in, or did he just walk in?
Yeah, I'm the one that opened the door to let him in.
Okay. Did Katie tell you to do that, or you just were being respectful? I was
just being respectful. It's his house.
All right. And when he walked past you, did you guys say anything?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Stopped and asked me a couple questions.
What were they?
What are you going to do if this goes south?
Ooh.
What did he mean by that?
I don't know. Maybe you should ask him, because I know what that means.
Okay, so Chris said, "What are you gonna do if this goes south?"
If this goes south?
What did he mean by that?
I don't know. Maybe you should ask him, because I know what that means.
I will, but I'm asking you right now to make sure that I'm tracking this correctly.
To me, when you say, "What are you going to do if this goes south?" To me, he's talking about Sebastian's not alive anymore.
Is that what you thought it meant?
Yeah.
And how did you answer it?
I left.
Like, what kind of question is that? Like, what are you going to do if Sebastian's dead? What kind of question is that?
To me, he's talking about if Sebastian's not alive anymore.
Is that what you thought it meant?
Yeah.
And how did you answer it?
I left.
Walk
I
me
walked
through.
out of the house. I walked out of the house and walked to my truck. I'd already spoke with law enforcement. They wanted to go, and I didn't want to deal with that. I don't know how a person can be so negative straight off the bat and jumping to the worst conclusion of all.
So the first contact you have outside of the phone call that got you there with him, the second contact that you have is you open the door, he walks in, and he asks you a question or makes the comment, what are you going to do if this goes south? Something to that effect.
Yeah.
And you said what exactly again?
Oh, I didn't say anything. I walked out. I just walked out.
And
I
as you,
wasn't going to respond to such. I wasn't going to respond to that. That just caught me off guard, and instantly I was aggravated because he's my son. How are you going to sit there and even breach that subject? You know, hasn't been first 48 hours. You know, I'm hoping that these people are going to be doing their job and we're going to find my son. But you're sitting here already wanting to talk about what if I'm going to do if he's deceased. No parent wants to think about that. No parent. No. I left.
so you've got your son in your mind missing, and he's got your son potentially deceased.
Yeah, dude.
And that do you think he was pushing your button?
Don't know what he was doing.
Did he say anything else?
No, because I was out of the house.
So you left. How did Katie react when that went down?
Katie was in the living room. I was at the front door where I just opened it. So
you don't know if she heard it or
I don't
not.
know if she heard it or not.
Were law enforcement around you?
No.
All right. Were they in the house at that time?
There was still a guy sitting at the dining room table.
And who was that guy?
I don't remember his name, and I don't think I've ever seen him again.
Okay. And so that was that moment. And then later on, there's another time where now you're back at the house. He let you in the second time now. You let him in. Huh?
Tuesday.
Okay. When you go in, is there an interaction there at the door again, or how's this relationship evolving during all the stress?
He was there. I said, good morning, walked in, see what the situation was. Katie, she's still crying and upset.
What about Chris?
Doesn't seem to be too upset about anything.
Help me understand that. What do you mean?
It's like he seems more aggravated or irritated than anything else.
Like by what gave you that indication? Meaning, help me understand. Is it his behavior? Is it his
body language, behavior, facial expressions?
What tipped you off to that internally to where you make that assessment? What were you looking at?
I was looking at everything. I mean, it's just previously 12 years of being a security officer in the public, and you're not law enforcement. Okay. So you're pretty much your own person. You got to be able to watch and see things that might lead to a situation. So you watch how people shift their feet. You watch how people are their hands going in their pockets? Are they sitting there fiddling with their hand? Do they always have something in their hand right now? When they're speaking, are their eyes creasing? I mean, are their eyebrows going up? Is their lip twitching? You read the body language when somebody talks so that if you're talking to somebody and they're aggravated and they're 3 feet away from you, gun is not going to help you. It's going to be hand to hand at this point in time, because that's close combat, and it's just, you have to watch that sort of stuff. So I spent most of the time when I was there until Wednesday, because I was only there until Wednesday after the.
Thank you so much, Crackerjacks, for your contribute to the Thursday tip goal tomorrow on Friday, because we made our tip goal every day this week. We're going to be giving away two $50 gift prizes tomorrow. $50 cash right in your pocket for the beginning of the weekend. So we're only $20 shy. Cooter Chads, Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App all go towards the goal. Thanks, guys.
The big blow up. And I was just watching people's body language. Nobody really wanted to talk to me. I really didn't want to talk to them because I was already uneasy. I'm uneasy in their house to begin with because it's their house. I don't really want to be in their house. I have nothing to do with these two. The only reason I'm here is for my son. When she asked for a divorce, I said, okay. Only thing I care about is my son. Fought tooth and nail to make sure I could have joint legal, and now he's missing. And the last people around him.
He said he fought tooth and nail to have joint legal. He did? And thank you to Incognito Potato coming in hot with 56 months of membership. Thank you so much, Potato. She said not one single answered question in 30 months, just more questions. Sebastian deserves justice, whatever happened. Agreed.
The last person around him is in this house. I'm going to watch them. And, you know, she was sitting on the couch, rocking back and forth with a blanket around her. I mean, that was the second day and the third day. You know, I'm sitting here going, what can we do? Can we get flyers out? Law enforcement already told us not to be doing any interviews, to let them handle the interviews while, they're doing this. So I've already gotten direction from the governing law.
I used to do like merch giveaways and stuff, but then like I'd have to ship all the stuff. So I got the idea from Sinner to just do the cash, man. Especially with this economy, everybody can use a little cash in their pocket. Thank you for renewing, Miss Sarah Lee. Nobody does it like Sarah Lee. Hello, Jessica, up in Maine.
Law enforcement, I'm not going to tell you I'm not going to tell you that I'm not allowed to go search for my son, but you're giving me a direct order of not speaking to the press. Well, that's great, because that's normal. That's normal for my profession. We don't talk. You want to talk, you contact, HR, speak to the media part. Even when you're doing security, you don't talk to media. Cameras are a bad thing.
So what's the tension in the room?
I felt like an outsider, and it felt pretty tense. But that's me, because I'm uncomfortable in the house. I'm uncomfortable, which means I'm probably giving off the air of being uncomfortable. When I'm sitting at the edge of the couch, just watching people, or I'm sitting at the dining room table.
Okay, so what I need to know right now, are we on day 2 or day 1? Because that's important. Let me pull up the transcript. Because now I'm confused, because he went home, then he got up at 2 a.m. and went back there the next day. I'm confused if this is day 1, day 2, what this is. Thank you so much. One big doodle. Sebastian deserves justice. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Oh, man, that's okay. Sarah Lee has been here for years.
I'm watching everybody. I'm listening to see what information is coming in. And then I'm gone. And I go to the command center, and I'm looking at their maps where they've been searching, so I know where I need to go search, which is anywhere that they haven't.
Okay, but that's the question, Sweet Sativa. I've always wondered that. In the 45-minute drive, he didn't call anybody. He didn't try to call Sebastian's phone. So my question would be, did Chris Proudfoot tell him he doesn't have his phone? And is that why he didn't call?
What's your assessment of how Chris and Katie are reacting? I know you have her on the couch with a blanket for a couple of days, rocking back and forth, but is that normal behavior?
Okay, so let's talk about this. We know that losing a child is probably the most horrific thing that you can go through. We have day 2. Katie is still wrapped in a blanket, crying. I'm not here to judge Katie Proudfoot by any means, but time is of the essence, right? They say, like Chris said, you've got 3 hours, but the first 48 hours, pivotal. I don't know if you could keep me inside, but I don't know. I've never been there. Thank God. But I'm not sure that I would be able to sit in the house. I think I would need to be running around trying to figure out places he may go. I don't know. And he was reported as a runaway as well.
That's to me, it's not normal behavior.
Okay. So what's the baseline for me to understand why that's abnormal?
It's abnormal from my point of view, because I'm going to go, my son is missing. Why would I be, on a couch not doing anything? But I'm not a mom, I'm a dad. So my reaction is going to be obviously different than anybody else's reaction. And I don't know what she's doing. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how we can get the word out that Sebastian's missing. Facebook, however we can do it.
It sounds like she was kept from communicating with him too. Like she was in her own realm. And it sounded to me like she's more in a grieving state, right?
Is there any tips coming in through Facebook? Because Katie's already been on the Facebook thing and was like, my son is missing, and I'm trying to find out if there's any tips or anything coming in. And
what's Chris doing?
Walking around.
Okay. When you say walking around, I'm sorry?
Walking around the house.
So he's just like pacing the house or just walking from room to room?
He's pacing back and forth, kitchen,
Is
living
he
room,
saying
dining room.
anything? Is he
Not really
talking to
saying
anybody? Huh?
Not really saying much.
Okay. Saying, so he what was he saying when he was saying something? If you remember.
I don't remember. B, but he was having conversations with his wife. He was having conversations with his mom and dad. I do remember one conversation that happened at the dining room table, but it had nothing to do with Sebastian.
What was that conversation?
About their next vacation and what jewelry what jewelry his mom was telling him that she wanted. I thought it was pretty weird. Again, it's not a conversation you would have around a father and a mother that's child is missing. But then again, when the mother pops up and states that she wants a bigger ring, she's involved in the conversation too. And I'm sitting there like, you guys have no sense of urgency about a missing child.
Okay. So was that day 1 or day 2? I'm getting the feeling it was day 1. Because I think we were told this before, right? What are you guys thinking? Because it's not really clear if this is day 1 or day 2. Yes, let your light shine. I think I have gone through that, but it's been a long time. Maybe I haven't. I'm willing to, though. Let your light shine.
And Katie's overhearing this conversation as well, because you're only getting half of the conversation, or is the mother and father?
No, Katie's involved in that conversation.
Katie's involved in the conversation.
Yeah.
So walk me through that.
They're sitting at the dining room table talking about the next vacation and what jewelry she wants.
Where were they going?
What is it? Puerto Rico, Jamaica, or something? Virgin Island area? Like, I've never been there. I'm glad that you all can go down there and buy jewelry and stuff.
All right. So we've got the in-laws, Chris Proudfoot's parents, talking about their upcoming vacation and talking about a ring. But I want to just take another look over here at Nancy Grace with the Proudfoots for a second. Let this load up.
Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
Hold on.
Who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots. Thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, he goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
There it is. Doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
on the
it's
front side of the house.
okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story, so everything is flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the 2 of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement, because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Miss Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
Do you guys believe that? Bonus room above the garage? Yeah, I caught that too, Ange.
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No.
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they
but not
on that
motion
night?
censored.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's
Yep.
2 lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage that's on at all times?
There's 2. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was
Yes,
trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But
Okay, we're going to go back to the McDonough interview. I just wanted you guys to get an idea. That one, by the way, is from March 25th. So the first one with Duchess came out. Second one with Duchess came out. Third one with Olivia came out. And then the Nancy Grace. And I think they had left their home and were staying in the RV. And I believe that we were told they were getting death threats and shit. Well, now that we find out a lot about the neighbors, you're going to hear in this that, what one of the neighbors reported hearing, you're probably going to realize why they left. And I don't think it was death threats. I think they felt very uncomfortable, if you will.
But I'd like to know where my son is.
So were the authorities?
Oops. Shit. Hold on.
Was that detective still at the table?
No,
Where'd he go?
he's already left for the day.
So you're there and you're overhearing a conversation about planning for a vacation potentially down in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And the conversation shifts towards purchasing of jewelry of some sort.
Yeah.
Was this on the phone or was the mother and father there by this time?
Mother and stepfather were there too.
They were present.
Yeah, they were all sitting at the dining room table.
So you're odd man out.
I am definitely odd man out. Not interested in going to the Caribbean. I'm interested in finding my son and why he's missing. And these people are sitting here having a conversation about their next vacation and what jewelry they're going to go buy. I'm definitely the odd man out.
What else was happening?
That was pretty much it. After that, when that happened, I got up and walked out of the house. I'm angry. I mean, I am beyond belief angry, and I'm not an idiot. If I'm in a situation where I know that I'm angry, I'm going to walk away because getting angry is not going to be worth the consequences of it.
So at any time, does the mother of Chris say, Seth, how are you doing?
No,
How about the father?
no.
Do they ask you, Seth, do you know what happened to Sebastian? Is there any conversation with you?
They said
about-
hi. I mean, they said hi because I was outside. I was outside when they showed up.
So they walked in or walked past you and said hi?
Yeah, when they pulled
Okay.
in.
And then at some point,
waved at them and said hi, and they said hi, and then they went inside.
you went inside.
Yeah, I was outside smoking a cigarette. And then I went inside.
And when you got inside, everybody was at the dining room table?
They weren't all sitting at the dining room table yet. But
Okay.
They were having a conversation I wasn't privy to.
This is what confused me. Is this day 1 or day 2? Yeah, it's really dark in their neighborhood, but there is no sign of him leaving. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so I'm thinking this is day 1. He's angry. He's the odd man out.
I'm not an idiot. If I'm in a situation where I know that I'm angry, I'm going to walk away because getting angry is not going to be worth the consequences of it.
So at any time, does the mother of Chris say, Seth, how are you doing?
No,
How about the father?
no.
Do they ask you, Seth, do you know what happened to Sebastian? Is there any conversation with you?
They said
about-
hi. I mean, they said hi because I was outside. I was outside when they showed up.
So they walked in.
Okay, so he's saying he was outside when they showed up. I just don't know if it's one or two. Which kind of matters to me because I thought the Bowersocks were there before him on day one. Like by the time he got there, I thought the Bowersocks were already there that day. So this must be day 2, right? And they don't ask him anything? Have you heard anything? What the fuck? Okay. Here we go.
If I'm in a situation where I know that I'm angry, I'm going to walk away because getting angry is not going to be worth the consequences of it.
So at any time, does the mother of Chris say, Seth, how are you doing?
No.
How about the father?
No.
Do they ask you, Seth, do you know what happened to Sebastian? Is there any conversation with you?
They said hi. I mean, they said hi because I was outside. I was outside when they showed up.
So they walked in or walked past you and said hi?
Yeah. They pulled in.
And then at some point,
and said hi, and they said hi, and then they went inside.
And at some point you went inside.
Yeah, I was outside smoking a cigarette. And then I went inside.
And when you got inside, everybody was at the dining room table?
They weren't all sitting at the dining room table yet, but they were having a conversation I wasn't privy to because I wasn't in there. But when I walked in, I sat down at the table and just started listening again to see what was going on.
And what did you hear then?
Well, I heard a person say that the reason somebody was aggravated is they didn't have their medication. They left it in Mississippi in the RV. And then that person turned around, and I'm told not to say names, by the way, by my attorney. My attorney is literally, but that person contacted, a doctor or pharmacist and asked for a prescription for somebody else and stated that they would come pick it up here in a few minutes. For a prescription person and aggravated is
this is new.
Well, I heard a person say that the reason somebody was aggravated is they didn't have their medication. They left it in Mississippi in the RV. And then that person turned around, and I'm told not to say names, by the way, by my attorney. My attorney is literally, but that person contacted, a doctor or pharmacist and asked for a prescription for somebody else and stated that they would come pick it up here in a few minutes.
Okay. So I think we're talking about Chris and testosterone prescription.
All right. So there's a conversation about somebody needing medication in Mississippi.
No, he left his medication in Mississippi. So
some person left medication in Mississippi.
And he needed his medication there because he was in.
Okay. So if this is day 2, when did Chris go pick up the RV? When did Chris go get the RV? Does anybody remember? Well, I think he's saying Katie called for Chris. I think he's saying Chris left his testosterone prescription in the RV. Katie called to get a refill and said they would pick it up. 18 hours later, a few days later. Yeah, we can re-listen. Hang on.
Names, by the way, by my attorney. Again, because I was outside. I was outside when they showed up.
So they walked in or walked past you and said hi?
Yeah, they pulled in.
And then at some point,
and said hi, and they said hi, and then they went inside.
And at some point, you went inside.
Yeah, I was outside smoking a cigarette. And then I went inside.
And when you got inside, everybody was at the dining room table?
They weren't all sitting at the dining room table yet, but they were having a conversation I wasn't privy to because I wasn't in there. But when I walked in, I sat down at the table and just started listening again to see what was going on.
And what did you hear then?
Well, I heard a person say that the reason somebody was aggravated is they didn't have their medication. They left it in Mississippi in the RV. And then that person turned around, and I'm told not to say names, by the way, by my attorney. My attorney is literally, but that person contacted, a doctor or pharmacist and asked for a prescription for somebody else and stated that they would come pick it up here in a few minutes.
All right. So there's a conversation about somebody needing medication in Mississippi.
No, that he left his medication in Mississippi. So
some person left medication in Mississippi.
And he needed his medication there because he was in Hendersonville.
And what kind of medications do we know about these things? Do we know?
Not really too sure, but I'm pretty sure that what medication that without you start to get angry and everything about.
Okay. So it's basically for anger management?
From my understanding.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but.
From my understanding, it was testosterone. So I don't,
Okay. Go figure.
Okay.
So there's that conversation. What other conversations are taking place while you're present in the house? While you're thinking, where's my son? And you've already had the conversation with.
So what are we thinking here?
Well, if this thing goes south, I mean, how are you supposed to respond to that, you think?
Hindsight's 20/20. And
Sure.
I think he was trying to get a response from me so that way, if I acted out or whatnot, then he could have me not at the house. Because Wednesday comes around and you can tell that he's aggravated that I'm back at the house. I mean, he's not even trying to hide it anymore. He's literally trying to pick a fight about anything that is said or whatnot. And he ends up picking the fight.
Okay, so he's kind of all over the place because now he's talking about him picking a fight with him about the GoFundMe. That was on day 3, the GoFundMe.
Walk me through that.
There was a conversation that had taken place about a GoFundMe, and law enforcement was like that, told them it'd be a bad look. And my sister called me and said, "Hey, I'm going to set you up a GoFundMe." And I was like, "Why?" And she was like, "Well, are you going to go back to work until Sebastian is found?" I was like, "I'm going to try to find my son." And she was like, "Your bills and stuff are going to continue to go." And she turned around and I was like, "Under no circumstances do you sit there and state that it's for anything regarding Sebastian, because you're setting this up in my name to pay for my bills and stuff. So you need to make sure that it's, it states what it needs to state. It's not a reward for Sebastian or anything else."
Okay.
And she set one up and it just set Christopher off. And then he said a few choice words about my sister. He said a few choice words about my mom. And I was like, "Well, I think I'm leaving now, because if you continue, I'm going to do something stupid." Said a few choice words about everything else.
I love how you're in here trying to distract from the most important parts. Boo. Listen, dude, you're getting on my fucking nerves because you're distracting me from my stream. Take another 5. Okay. Whew. Let's go back and listen to that again.
"I'm going to set you up a GoFundMe." And I was like, "Why?" And she was like, "Well, are you going to go back to work until Sebastian is found?" I was like, "I'm going to try to find my son." And she was like, "Your bills and stuff are going to continue to go." And she turned around and I was like, "Under no circumstances do you sit there and state that it's for anything regarding Sebastian, because you're setting this up in my name to pay for my bills and stuff. So you need to make sure that it's, it states what it needs to state. It's not a reward for Sebastian or anything else."
Okay.
And she set one up and it just set Christopher off. And then he said a few choice words about my sister. He said a few choice words about my mom. And I was like, "Well, I think I'm leaving now, because if you continue, I'm going to do something stupid."
So he said something about his sister and his mom and went off, and then he left. We also have an account from Bobby, the neighbor, about this aggressive behavior. Could there be excuses for it? Sure.
I'm glad you don't do stupid.
I try not to do anything that's going to cause me to go live where I work, because then I definitely wouldn't be working there no more. My son needs.
So what did he say about your son or your sister and your mom?
It was vulgar, and I prefer not to repeat it.
Okay. I respect that. It's a family show as a whole. And on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, where would you put it?
It was uncalled for. So, 7, 8.
And how
And
does he?
I also wanted to throw in there that if your sister has a problem with it, she can talk to my attorney. I'll sue her.
Okay.
I mean, when you're threatening legal action against somebody that's not there, and you're using vulgar language to describe my sister, and you're directing it at me, It's an extreme hostile situation. I'm leaving.
Over a GoFundMe account?
Okay, listen though. This could also be taken as someone taking their fucking anger out on Seth. Like Seth is just a target. Okay. So you can play it from both sides. You could say Chris was just using Seth as a fucking outlet. Maybe Chris felt guilt about how he treated Sebastian, but didn't do anything. And he's pissed off at himself and he's taking it out on Seth. It could be something other than just that he's guilty.
Count?
Over a GoFundMe. That's okay, because that cost me, having to go to court too. So,
I mean, that turned into a legal matter?
when somebody tries to sue you a year later for the exact amount that the GoFundMe was, and it's all because I supposedly threatened Mr. Proudfoot. Yeah, that happened here in Montgomery County.
Wait, what?
And what was the disposition of that?
Went to court twice before the person, because it was a civil case, turned around and that individual asked the judge if she could drop the case, and the judge was like, yes, you can.
Wait, what was that? Wait, what? He was pulled into court? Is he talking about Texana? Hold on, let's listen to that again. I think he's talking about Texana. Yeah.
Sewer.
Okay.
I mean, when you're threatening legal action against somebody that's not there, and you're using vulgar language to describe my sister, and you're directing it at me, it's an extreme hostile situation. I'm leaving.
Over a GoFundMe account?
Over a GoFundMe. That's okay, because that cost me, having to go to court too. So,
I mean, that turned into a legal matter?
when somebody tries to sue you a year later for the exact amount that the GoFundMe was, and it's all because I supposedly threatened Mr. Proudfoot. Yeah, that happened here in Montgomery County.
And what was the disposition of that?
Went to court twice before the person, because it was a civil case, turned around and that individual asked the judge if she could drop the case, and the judge was like, yes, you can.
So the disposition of it never went any further than
taking me away from what I was doing to try to find my son and pulling me into court.
Okay. And the disposition now is it's been dismissed?
No, the person is still at it. Now they're asking for a federal protection order.
Okay. On what grounds?
I guess I cyber stalk her, and I've threatened Mr. Proudfoot.
Okay. And so let's go back to you're in the house. This other conversation now goes off here on the GoFundMe. What happens then?
I left the house. Went and got in my truck, and by then my mom and dad had showed up in their RV, and I went over to where they were staying.
So your parents are on scene now?
Yes.
And how are they acting?
My mom and dad, the first day that they got there, after they set up and found a place for the RV, they turned around and printed out flyers and went and hit the homeless camps.
And what are the authorities doing? Did they interview your parents?
No.
Did the authorities interview the other parents?
I don't know.
Did the authorities interview Chris and Katie separately or together?
They interviewed all three of us together. I do know that TBI did take Katie to go take a polygraph.
Do you know the disposition of that polygraph?
I know what law enforcement will always tell you. You passed.
Okay. Did she pass?
They said that she passed.
Okay. How about the other one?
I was informed, my mom supposedly was informed that he took a polygraph and that he passed.
Okay. So
I don't care. It's an investigational tool, and I'm not the one asking the questions, and I didn't see the results, so it's not an investigational tool to me.
Okay. And did you take a poly?
Nancy Grace asked me if I would take a polygraph, and I did.
And did you pass?
Yes, the gentleman said I passed the polygraph.
So everybody has passed a polygraph?
Correct.
All right.
Law enforcement has told us that they have passed the polygraph. And the gentleman that did my polygraph for Nancy Grace told Nancy Grace that I passed.
All right. So then walk us through now where.
Wait a second.
All of a sudden.
I wonder where all three were interviewed together, at the house. Yeah, Jeremy, that Texana lady, that whole thing is weird.
I want to say thank you for making it happen.
That whole thing is weird. Okay, so now we're going to get into the CPS stuff, the newer stuff that we're getting more details on.
You learn about some information from Child Protective Services.
I
Hold
was
on.
watching
Sunshine Girl, Chris P didn't do anything to me, so there's nothing for him to put out, but thanks for your concern.
YouTube, and Chris was on panel with a YouTube creator and proceeded to talk about CPS visiting the house. And he stated that it was the same lady as the last time, which meant that CPS had been in the house more than once. And when I heard that information, I reached out to my attorney and had them reach out to DCS to get the records. Because when I contacted them, they told me I had to fill out information and submit it. And then after I did that, they turned around and emailed me and told me that the records were sealed and I would need to get an attorney to get them.
And
so
did you do that?
I
Hey,
did.
Army vet.
All right. And what did you find out?
That they had him up for Title IV. DCS did.
What's that?
Non-custodial care or foster home.
So was the state of Tennessee Department of Child Services about ready to take your son out of that home? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. And then they closed the case for some reason. And then he went missing.
And why did they close the case? Do we know?
Nope.
All right. And how long of a track record here up until before the case was closed do those records show that they were investigating the welfare of your child?
2022.
Since 2022. And he goes missing, obviously, in 2024. So for 2 years. And do you have those records?
I do.
And those records, what do they show? A pattern of, if anything?
I'm not DCS. DCS contacted my attorney after I got him and advised that I'm not allowed to talk about them.
Okay.
So what I can talk about is in the filings that we just filed, the two lawsuits.
Let's talk about that. Talk about that.
And it states in there that Sebastian was scared of his stepfather, and the only place he felt safe was at my house.
All right.
And there was multiple reports. One of the DCS people in the report, in their notes, stated that they overheard Christopher Proudfoot stating that he hated my son and he wished he would die. And the DCS put that in the report from what they heard from the neighbor.
All right. Back to why I said they were getting death threats. Apparently in the report, a neighbor heard Chris say this. It's really sad. It's really sad. I don't know the context, who it was said to, if it was said to Sebastian or to someone else about Sebastian. I don't know.
All right.
And there was multiple reports. One of the DCS people in the report, in their notes, stated that they overheard Christopher Proudfoot stating that he hated my son and he wished he would die. And the DCS put that in the report from what they heard from the neighbor.
So is this in the Department of Child Services reports?
Yes.
That you have read?
Yes.
All right. What else?
It's really the only few things that I can talk about the DCS reports. I
Okay.
mean, they had him up for non-custodial, which I'm non-custodial, or foster care, and seeing how they hadn't even contacted me at all, it kind of makes me wonder what they were going to do with my son. And then they closed it, and I was never made aware. And there was a lot of other organizations involved with it, including Sumner County Sheriff's Office were involved with.
That's one of the most concerning things, is that there's like a board that goes over these cases of children that are like quote unquote at risk or whatever. I don't know the exact verbiage of it, but Sumner County is part of that. All of these agencies get together, so to speak, and are supposed to be all on the same page. Another thing we were talking about in my Discord last night was the fact that the original sheriff, when Sebastian went missing, died. He died suddenly on it was a sheriff's association conference, and he died. He like hit his head on something and he was gone, and then in came Craddock. Sonny Weatherford was the sheriff. It is so weird. And then we have the two landfills, I guess, that one of them caught on fire early on. There was a landfill on fire. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Some weird shit, man.
With the DCS reports.
Do they have records on file through the CAD system of calls for service in relationship to Sebastian?
Can't get any of that information.
They won't release it, or you can't get it?
I can't get it.
Is your attorney seeking that information?
I would probably assume that he is, but I don't want to. That's his wheelhouse.
Got it. Anything else from the Tennessee Department of Child Services? So for two years prior,
they opened up the case again because he went missing.
So post him vanishing, there is an open case now. Open again, one more time. Two of
them that I can talk about.
Okay, tell us about those.
No, I mean, I've already told you what I can talk to you about.
Okay.
I'm really, because it's in the filing, it's public record. But anything else on the DCS reports, the state has already threatened me. They threatened me with
understand. Yeah, I don't want to be involved in that as well. So I
either. I don't want to be involved in it either.
Okay, so what you can talk about based on the federal lawsuits is what you already mentioned, because you have copies of those reports, and those are fair and accurate depictions of the information that you've read. Would that be correct?
Yes. Okay. Yes. And they were used in the filing because it's their own reports.
Okay, so looking back at the earliest hours and the days of this investigation, what specific actions or decisions do you feel most hindered the chance of finding Sebastian quickly?
Not being made aware of what was going on before he went missing. DCS not contacting me. Sumner County not contacting me. I mean, he's reported missing. There's law enforcement already at the house by the time I get there. Why is it that nobody bothered to call my work? You know, your child goes missing, and you're not married to his father. Wouldn't you want to reach out and see if I came and got him or something? You know, but yet Chris 911's me because they know I'm at work. Well, you know I'm at work, so why hasn't Sumner County contacted my captain at Davison County? Where is the mutual respect for law enforcement here? My son's missing, and yet y'all never even contacted me. And what's had many meetings about my son and DCS, and yet you guys have never reached out and spoken to me.
So, which leads me to my next question. You know, because of the lack of communication with investigators and, quite frankly, the investigation as a whole, how's that affected your ability to search for your son?
Okay, so let's stop there for a second, because being someone who had children and then got divorced, and then I moved out of state, I was never really questioned about, like, oh, where's the, prove who their dad is or whatever. Like, I guess that's not really a good comparison. Think about it this way. What if the Proudfoots just said the dad's not in the picture? Would anybody ever question that? Would they ever, look to see, oh, I guess if they talk to Sebastian, they know his dad existed. That's right. Because we have that interview with Sebastian where he was asked if he felt safe at his dad's. So never mind.
I don't know if they're still searching for my son. I don't know if I get a tip in, if they've already done the tip, if they've already researched the tip. I don't even know if they're tracking down the tips. I've had tips in other states, in Kentucky and so on and so forth, and I've contacted Sumner County, and then after I let them know, then I make my own trip up there, and I speak to people at the sheriff's or the police department, and I tell them about my son, and they have no idea who my son is. But yet I've already let Sumner County know, so why haven't they been on the phone reaching up here to talk to a law enforcement agency? I had a sighting of Sebastian in Kentucky. kid looked like Sebastian, was living in a tent, and there was empty, I'm trying to remember, Vienna sausages. Sebastian likes Vienna sausages. And there's empty cans of Vienna sausages around this tent. Well, I hadn't told anybody that he liked Vienna sausage, but there's somebody that looks like Sebastian living in the corner of this guy's property in a tent, and there's Vienna sausage cans everywhere. And I tell Sumner County, and they never go up there. They never go to investigate.
Did they send the FBI or TBI?
No, I literally had to have my PI go up there because, people were asking me, just drive up there. Well, I don't want to drive up there and be collecting evidence. I don't want to be anywhere near evidence.
Me too, Chewy.
Because fruit of the forbidden tree. Not to mention, the last thing I want is them to go, well, you got your DNA on this can, and your son's DNA is on this can, and I'm trying to keep myself away from anything so that it can still be possibly used for whatever law enforcement needs to use it for.
So they basically they have you frozen internally.
Yeah.
To react. You've got one side of the coin where people want to file lawsuits against you. You have the Department of Child Protective Services saying, we're not telling you anything. And when you find out, now they tell you you can't say anything or you're going to jail. And then, so that kind of moved you into a position where you file a federal lawsuit. Is that correct?
Yes.
To kind of grease the wheels to kind of get information flowing again.
Well, give me any information, then I'll do whatever is I can legally to see what I can do.
And that's why you reached out to me and asked, hey, can I come on your program here to talk about my son and put the word out there? You're not here accusing anybody that I can tell. I think
if I want to know what happened to my son, I got to find my son because he can tell us exactly what happened.
Right. Because you believe and still think he's alive and or lost, and you want to find your boy. I get it. And by the way, I don't know if you completely knew, but for the record, this is my son.
My condolences, sir.
This was pretty shocking. And I was trying to figure out why Chris did this. I don't think Chris has ever shown his son's gravestone. And I think he was trying to maybe Seth is in denial about him, being safe and hidden away, and he wants him to be open to this possibility so that they can find out what happened.
So I feel your pain. 10,000%. In a couple of weeks, it'll be the anniversary of his passing. And it is the jacket nobody wants to wear in their life. My son was 20 years old when he passed away. And so I understand your frustration. And that's one of the reasons why I do this channel, and Karen and I do this channel, is because I understand the shoes that you're walking in right now. But I don't go ahead, pal. And it's okay.
I'm scared of having to do that.
He said, I'm scared of having to do that. After seeing McDonough's son's headstone. You guys really, you guys still think that Seth had something to do with it? He may have done some gross things. He may have said he did say a lot of gross things. There's no doubt about that. But with all that aside, it's been 2.5 years. Pitiful. It's pitiful. It's sad as fuck.
Go ahead, pal. And it's okay.
I'm scared of having to do that. That's why I don't want to think about it.
There you go. I'm scared of having to do that. That's why I don't want to think about it. That's exactly why he keeps the hope that he's in a facility somewhere. Even though when he was alive, he didn't like those facilities. I'm giving the dude the benefit of the doubt completely right now. See, I did. I looked at the Proudfoots first, and then it shifted to Seth. And there was a lot going on with a lot of players that were shifting that narrative. I've gone back and forth. But dude, this is raw emotion. He's made some mistakes along the way, for sure. For sure. But I don't think this is fake. It's really sad.
I'm scared of having to do that. That's why I don't want to think about it. Like I said, my condolences. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I didn't want to upset. I didn't show you to upset you. That picture, but I wanted you to know that
it's back here though. It's always I see everybody. They're like I read chats sometimes, and people in other chats and stuff. They're like, I see people and they're heartless. They're like, I don't think he's alive. Well, there's nothing that says that he's deceased. So I have to literally let God have it and pray that he keeps him safe and just stay the course to find my son.
And that's right. And the universe is on schedule, and God's hand is in all things that we do. Don't forget that.
He's all around us. He hears us when we speak to him. Okay. But it's on God's time and not our time.
It is on his time. Exactly. It is his timing. And what that means, well, you won't make any sense of it, my friend, ever. All right. So I will tell you this: if you want to throw rocks at 3:00 in the morning, like you have many times called me, you just call me, and I'll pick up the phone.
When I texted you, I didn't even realize what time it is. People ask me what my sleep schedule is, and it's like my sleep schedule is a missing child sleep schedule.
Seth, I don't care. You know what? If you feel so moved, then I feel honored. I will never ever get tired of talking about Sebastian ever. And if you want to talk about him at 3 a.m, I'm your friend. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. But I want you to recognize in totality that I come at this from authenticity. And that's why I'm on YouTube. One of the reasons I'm here. A lot of people don't know, and I don't blast it off to a lot of things and a lot of people. And we both get hate, right? Haters are going to hate, but that's okay.
For the day when if it wasn't for haters, I wouldn't have fans, and but it's I don't know.
The Lord moves in many, many ways, and sometimes we don't understand it. I certainly don't, and I certainly won't try.
It's
but
not
I can
good for
tell.
us to understand.
No, it doesn't. But with his autism, right, and other conditions, that makes him particularly vulnerable as a whole. Okay, and how do those factors? How have they been shaping the way you and how you want others to approach him or look for him? With your belief system that he's out there.
If you see him, you got to say his name. Say his name. If you think it's Sebastian, say his name. Say Sebastian. If obviously if it is, he's going to turn around and look at you, and then you get a full facial, identification, and then you'd be like, hey, have you talked to your dad? Depending on the response you get, call 911. If he turns around and someone's, no, you got to go do this. Obviously that's probably, call 911 and tell them, listen, I think I just saw Sebastian Rogers. He's on the FBI's kidnapping and most wanted missing list. Right here at this address. I just saw him like 3 minutes ago. I said his name. He turned around and looked, and somebody, something. I need people. I need people to look for my son. I need people to help me find him.
And you tell everybody about your YouTube channel and any way that they can help. How can they connect with you one-on-one? I know there's a lot of great YouTube channels out there. I mean, I can't praise these other channels enough. Like the Mob Crew. I mean, that guy is amazing. His name is Chris too, I think.
I have his phone number too.
He's a good guy, and they've got there and others. And forgive me if I'm not mentioning all of them. I don't. I just want to let everybody know that there's more than one resources that are helping you, and that you can use to help all you can. I'm hoping that the public right now, the message to the public is clear. This young man has been missing for 2.5 years. What message do you want the public to hear specifically from you as dad? What do you want them to hear, and what would you want to say to Sebastian directly if he's listening even tonight?
Son, I love you. I just need you to call me, and whatever it takes, I will get there to get you. If I have to call in, a 15-man squad, I will do it.
What do you want to say to?
The only thing I want in this life, and the only thing I need is I need people to help me find my son. I need people to hand out flyers. I need people to talk about him. When you're handing out flyers, talk about my son's smile. It's the first thing you see. He loves animals. He's not one of those type of people that would hurt an animal. He's the sun coming up in the morning. He's the brightness in a day.
I thought that was a weird thing to say. He says he talks about, tell me about him, his smile. He loves animals. He's not one of those types of people that would hurt an animal. Who said he was?
I need people to talk about him. When you're handing out flyers, talk about my son's smile. It's the first thing you see. He loves animals. He's not one of those type of people that would hurt an animal. He's the sun coming up in the morning. He's the brightness in a day. He's my life. He's my grace. And I need him back. I need him found. I need to know that he's okay.
What do you want to ask the authorities tonight?
Talking about Sumner County?
Anybody?
I'd ask the authorities to do the same thing. Keep an eye out for my son. You might be driving down the road and, swinging into McDonald's or Chick-fil-A and, maybe he's there. He could be anywhere. I don't know where he's at. I don't know if he's in a facility. I don't know if somebody has him at home. I just know he's not where he's supposed to be. And he's supposed to be, here in high school, getting ready to graduate.
Wow.
Today's Wednesday. Wednesdays are our D&D days. Right now, we should be playing D&D for the next, 2 hours.
Okay, don't lose hope. So looking ahead, what meaningful progress or renewed energy or urgency from law enforcement do you want them to do? What do you want them as his biological father out here advocating for his recovery?
I would like for them to at least hold a press conference with my son's picture in it. Let the people know what the missing child looks like. Tell me why you let it get to this point. Because they were there before he went missing. They failed my son. They failed my son. The county failed my son. The state has failed my son. I have no faith. I have no faith in them. I have no faith that they're going to do their job. I continue to speak with the FBI, and the FBI works with me. So please, Tibbs, call into FBI. If you don't want to talk to the FBI, or call it into National Missing and Exploited Children, because I speak with them too. I'm on the phone with the case manager every week or every other week to find out if there's any updates, any new tips, anything that's coming in.
Is there anything I haven't asked you or that we haven't discussed that you feel is important that
Sebastian,
we should have said?
If you see this, if you get to watch this, understand that I am looking for you. I have not stopped. I don't know where you're at, and I'm coming to find you. And I won't stop until I do find you, son. And I'll move Earth. I will move Earth to get to you.
That I believe. I believe 1,000%. All right, we're going to do this. I'm going to make a commitment to you that I'm going to stay on this from this platform, and you and I are going to work through this, whatever that means. I know a lot of people don't know, but we have talked many times behind the scenes. You've called, you've asked, from the Cold Case Foundation.
Me too, Miss Cheese.
Advice and help. And we've had a lot of, not a whole bunch, but we've had enough conversations to say, I think I've told you a couple of times, just stay the course right now. Let it kind of take its course. And you have.
It's the only course.
I know.
Any other course is to give up. And I'm not that type of person to give up. I can't. God didn't make me to give up. God made me to succeed in his name.
Yeah, you're a bulldog. There's no question about it. And that's what I love about your personality. But don't lose faith. There's, I always share that story of the man that was asked to go into the canyon. And this story has helped me get through dark times. And he gets to the edge of the canyon and he sees on both sides sheer cliffs. And he's scared. He's confused. He's lost. And so he gets on his knees and he says, Lord, I have this impression you want me to go into this dark canyon. And I don't know how to do this. I need your help. And while he's standing there, he has this feeling to kneel.
Okay, that was really heartfelt and everything, but we're going to move on. I've got another something I want to interview with you guys or review with you guys.
Than what people's got, and Sheila and I were just, again, we're
Stop. All right, this is Hatfield and McCoy, the same people that just pounced onto Summerwell's parents' property and bombarded them with an interview that we reviewed a couple weeks ago. Just so you know, they have, I guess, taken that down according to comments. And thank you, Jammers. I'm going to pin that right now. That is great info. Whatever is going on needs to come to an end. Sebastian needs to be found. Period. I'm not here to argue about Proudfoots versus Seth. I don't give a fuck about any of that. From this point forward, I'm looking at what they say, how they say it, who they say it to, and what they're doing. And right now, I see Mr. Proudfoot on a panel in the drama community called Queen Bee, and it's insanity to me. And I see Seth on the interview room. Stark differences, if you ask me. But this is a call that they put out, and hindsight 2002 put some excerpts of it up August 25th, 2025. But this is from 2024. Sebastian went missing in February 2024. So there's not an exact date, but this is from 2024. And shout out to Berkey. We have met the goal. So tomorrow we are on for 2 $50 giveaways. Heck yeah. Thanks for your support. All right, let's get into this call. This might be quite disturbing to some people. Just forewarning you. Oh, could you see CP talking to Chris McDonough? Oh boy, that would be interesting, huh?
YouTubers, of course, we this is our hobby. We enjoy it. Parents don't want to hear that, or step parents, but
no. I will save you the kid clubs, because Katie and I have had these conversations with law enforcement.
Okay,
and it's simple. There's the answers. When all this is said and done, there's only two answers that are going to come out of this. One, Sebastian is going to come home safe and sound, but he's going to have some, he's not going to feel, he's going to need a lot of mental psychologists.
Sure.
That's what we're looking for. That's what he's going to need. Or two, Sebastian will be found dead in the woods.
Sure.
Do you have?
So I'm down to, literally, I'm only down to two scenarios here.
Okay.
And they, what I feel probably the most reasonable in my head that makes sense. So the first one is very simple.
Okay.
Sebastian got up, walked out of the house, walked out in the woods. He's out there somewhere, and we can't find him.
Okay.
That's the simple one.
That's
right.
Sometimes simple is the way it is, but go ahead.
Now the second one, Sebastian walked out of the house. Either it was planned or he was lured out of the house, or something triggered him to leave out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And walked out of the house. I personally feel he got to Long Hole Pike, and he got picked up in a car, and they headed westbound on Long Hole Pike.
Wow.
And westbound goes to I-65. Now, there's a license plate reader on Long Hole Pike that goes, if you're traveling eastward, so if you're coming from Goodlettsville going toward Gallatin down Long Hole Pike, there's a license plate reader right there. And 76 cars from the hours of midnight to 6 a.m. for registered on that LPR.
Okay.
Is he talking about a flock camera? Long Hollow Pike. Yeah. It's pretty specific.
Wow.
So all of those cars have been accounted for. Now, what has not been accounted for is if you were traveling westbound, so if you were going from Gallatin to Goodlettsville, the one camera that could have picked anything up was not working. Hadn't been working for 3 years, and that's at Long Hollow Pike and New Shackle, right there at the corner by the school.
Wow.
Okay, Long Hollow Pike. I think that by the school, that's where Warsham's is. Let me verify that myself. Let's see. New Hope Road. Warsham's is on New Hope Road. So Long Hollow Pike, let me see, I'm looking at a map. I kind of forget. Shackle Island, New Hope Road, Long Hollow Pike. Yep. Okay. So there was, God, this is really, really disturbing, but there was a rumor early on that Chloe, the initial PI that was working the case, was getting people that were pulling her aside when she was out there searching and doing her investigating, saying that they saw Chris's mother at the Warshams that morning at like 5:30 in the morning, parked behind Warshams. Let me pull up the transcript here. Okay.
Now, so if you were going from Gallatin to Goodlettsville, the one camera that could have picked anything up was not working. Hadn't been working for 3 years, and that's at Long Hollow Pike and New Shackle, right there at the corner by the school.
And that's where Warsham's is. Watch. Warsham's General Store. Oops, God. My typing is horrendous on this keyboard. Okay, so if we go to the map, right here. This is Warsham's right here. I'm going to show you. So it was rumored that his mom was parked behind this store. Now, back here, if you go back here, there's water. There's like a creek right there. But if we go back out, and go over here, here's the school right here. This is the middle school. There's Warsham's. This is New Hope, Shackle Island, and here's Long Hollow Pike right here. I hope that makes sense.
Wow.
It hasn't worked for 3 years. Now, whether or not they're going to work it now, I don't know. But it hadn't worked for 3 years. So anybody going...
No, Crabtree spilled the beans. The info was given to Chloe. And Chris was confronted with that info on the Web Sleuth panel where he got very angry. We'll revisit that too.
But it hadn't worked for 3 years. So anybody going, like I said, westbound down Long Hollow Pike could have picked up Sebastian, picked him in a car, hauled butt down to I-65, and you'd have never known.
I mean, you're exactly what I figured you would be like.
No, I got nothing to hide. I mean, me and Katie, and this is going to sound very off, but me and Katie are kidless.
Yeah.
You know, my daughter lives in New Mexico with my ex-wife, and Sebastian lived with us.
Yeah.
And we don't have either one of our kids. Well, I mean, we're guilty because we're not a Hallmark drama ETV story.
Yeah.
You know, Katie's not out there dropping to her knees in the middle of the yard, screaming and crying, and I'm not out there just ripping everybody's heads off and that's not me.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, I have that side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all do. And I think that's what's
the time.
Yeah. We put it out there and said, hey, we'd like to talk to the parents. There's two sides to every story. There's three sides. This, you know, you got Seth, you got you and Katie, and then you've got what really happened to Sebastian. So
see, the problem with a lot of people out there doing this is they let that alligator mouth overload their little tadpole behinds.
Well, that's true.
And my question to everybody is when you eat crow, do you prefer mustard or just straight?
Yeah.
Because when the truth comes out,
and that's
all wrong.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the apologies. Now, will we ever get them? Probably.
Looks like and what you found.
Yikes, Chris. All right, I've got one more thing here I wanted to show you that I just talked about. We're going to go to Web Sleuth. And we're going to talk about his mom. This is when Seth brings up the
Pick
mom.
up the phone.
Hold on. Here we go.
Phone and call her. She is not afraid to know.
Okay, here we go.
Play this.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow.
Okay, so with the death threat thing, we were talking about the death threats. Eric Craddock was asked if there were any death threats reported to the sheriff's department, and he blatantly said no. Do you guys remember that? He was like, no, there have been no threats sent to me or reported to my office or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying, I'll respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
Okay,
we're going to
well,
review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm going
law
to interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris,
Let law enforcement go
because
that route,
the
and then when law
spokesperson
enforcement
to
comes,
speak for us
Hold
doesn't
on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
see,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
Chris.
you're
yet you
correct.
haven't spoken
You are very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did you
can
speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
Oh, just as a reminder, too, this is April 27th, 2024. So this is a month after all the other interviews we just watched. Those were all in March. This is now into April. End of April.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video.
Oh, we were talking about that. We were talking about that Roadhouse video last night. And remember, we were told that Katie took a picture of Sebastian at the table because he ate all his food. Well, we reviewed that last night. And when she takes the photo, he's still got a whole plate of food. So that was really weird. And like, did she have to prove to Chris that he ate all his food? Huh? Like, he ate all his food? Like, what?
And had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we
That feedback sounds like Buzzy's voice.
all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No,
we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
It was because he had ranch on his salad? Oh. Huh.
Thing like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Kate.
So the woman who's talking right now is Chloe. This is Chloe. She's a PI. And then this other girl down here got involved as well. Her name's Heather. And she was a PI as well.
Katie,
For Seth.
and who she communicates without you. And
Okay,
I think that
for
has,
the
I mean,
record,
I think that has
but
been a
for the
little bit
record,
difficult.
but right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay, I need to go forward because I think this is where it comes up right here.
What goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about his day because I
Let's
didn't
go back
know.
to the day. Okay, go
I
ahead,
didn't
my dear.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
All right, so one more time, I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while. If this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do all
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there.
Welcome in, Spiritual Battle Star. Thanks for becoming a member.
And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things.
Quit slapping your hands together.
And a lot of times, that's where, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No.
Okay.
He was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you
So
every
there's a
single day in and day
possibility
out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on.
Okay, did you catch that? That's when Seth, the first time he spoke up about Mrs. Bowersox being at Worsham's. Listen.
Gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris, that your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well you got a question about my
I'm
mother.
just asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone
take him
and
somewhere
you
to
call.
like a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it?
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm
questions.
asking you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple, Seth.
Asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a minute.
with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris.
I was muted. Ryan, I got you. No, Ryan, I got you. Okay, do it right now. I was muted, sorry. He needs a code, man. If you do it right now, I will do it. I don't know why it keeps asking for a code for our Apple family. Yeah, he said that. Are you sure that, he's not in a boot camp somewhere and Katie didn't think I would go along with it? And that was well before we heard about any kind of residential schools. Okay, let's go back.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents.
You're good, boo. Okay, wait, he's sending a new one. Should I just say it verbally? 652-342.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People
all
are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer.
Oh my God. Excuse me. Dude, he didn't even let her finish what the rumor is. Your mom's car was parked at Warsham's. Listen.
And the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer.
And him getting what? Getting in it?
Car being parked at like Warsham's and him getting in.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
That's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
this situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things because in turn, dispelling these things will take
so full of
some of the BS off of you.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
That was uncalled for.
Trisha, wow. I mean, that really escalated. It really escalated fast. If you look at if you look here, it escalates from 2:43 when his mom's mentioned to 2:50. Like 7 minutes, that shit went from 0 to 100.
In turn, dispelling these things will take
so full of
some of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comment.
Well, That doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
Shut up, Trisha.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know how frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
Wanda.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
as a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have went.
I did say that actually several times.
You
And
did.
you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as
Okay, this is, I think, an audio I don't think I've ever listened to. I got one more thing. This is 20 minutes long. Let's see if there's a date of this call. This was put up by At Night last year. I don't know the date of this call, but this is the girl that was just on that panel, and that's why I'm moving into this right now, because this girl Heather was on that panel in April of 2024. Now, this is a phone call that was released between Chris and Katie Proudfoot and Heather, the PI. Oh, day 50. So this was on day 50. Of Sebastian being missing. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Hey, hi, Katie. What can I do for you? Are you the woman that trespassed my property yesterday? I actually didn't. I walked down your neighbor's property and then down the easement and then up to the other side. That's not an easement. I own that. That's my property. Well, the fence says no trespassing. I didn't come on the property. That is my property. The easement, that's a public easement. I own it. It's mine. I own it. I am here to try to clear you, so... I don't need you to clear me. So, I don't know why you're being defensive with me.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
First, can you identify yourself?
Yeah, I did already. My name's Heather, private investigator.
But you're coming to my house and you're...
I am. I'm investigating the disappearance of your stepson. So do you want him found or no? Because if you do, then why would you have a problem with me coming to talk to you guys?
Well, real simple, because we're asking you questions and you're telling us that you can't answer those questions, so why should we answer any...
I absolutely did not trespass. There's no such thing. There is a such thing as a public easement. It's not posted. I own it. I have signs on. Okay, your fence has a sign. I didn't cross it. Inside of okay, take it up with, if you want to report it to law enforcement, do it. Take it up with them. I am trying to help, okay? So if you want somebody to help you, that's what I'm doing. So calm down, talk to me like civil human beings. I'm trying to help find him. I've been talking to sex offenders in the area. Law enforcement has done that. Okay, and I'm going to do it too because I'm working it too. And I have that right, and the person that hired me has that right. Anybody has that right.
He's also blatantly accusing me of murder when I didn't.
I haven't accused you of shit.
I didn't say you did. I said he did.
Okay, well, I'm trying to decide who is on my radar and who is not. I've talked to sex offenders. That is my focus right now. In my mind, you're not a person of interest, but I'm coming here trying to talk to you.
It's not a good look to trespass either. Like, that's my point.
What it looks like, ma'am.
It's posted all 4 ways.
I just came from the TBI headquarters in Jackson, Miss.
Honey, I'm going to tell you, as a PI, I have a lot more leeway with things I can do and people I can talk to. And this isn't my first rodeo. I've worked cases like this before. I have gotten information that TBI or law enforcement's not able to get, and I have passed it along, and it has helped the case. I mean, that's all I can tell you.
What have you passed along that's helped this case?
I just started working this case. I haven't even got a chance to talk to you or Katie yet.
Well, here's the thing. You're not talking to her by herself. Period.
Okay.
You're not going to talk to my
Okay,
wife.
fine. Set up an appointment with me. Do you want to do that? I can come back. I mean, I can respect your time. I'm not trying to be this. Whatever. I mean, I really think everybody just needs to calm down. Emotions are high. People are flinging mud, and it's just getting drama and stupid. And that is a terrible disadvantage to Sebastian.
Right, but let me inform you on something. You're not the one being threatened here.
I think everybody's being threatened. Did you know there was a drive-by shooting last?
People being threatened. Bullshit.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't understand why you guys are coming at me. I didn't do anything to you.
Okay, well, first off, you came to my house the other day.
Yes. Yesterday.
You walked around my fucking property with a you videotape and put pictures.
Privately owned property back
It
there.
is fucking posted all sides of that property.
I mean, the easement between houses is not usually.
I own it.
In that fucking subdivision.
I own half. My neighbors own half. Period. That's not public. There are no.
I mean, there's no property lines. There's no way to tell what
It's marked. I have stakes.
I mean, can you show me? Because I
can
didn't.
show you all 4 no trespassing signs.
They're on the fence.
You can go on the city and you can look at the property line and you can.
I mean, they're on the fence. I wouldn't jump your fence.
I own it. Half of that is mine, half of that is theirs. That's why they turned it in and they turned it into the police.
I'm sorry, what? I think that when there's a no trespassing sign on the fence, that means you don't go into the fence. I'm not going to go into the fence.
Negative. Actually, that's wrong.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how I would know that. All right, well, I'm not really. Yeah, I'm just not really sure how anybody would know that easement is yours.
You stepped out of your car the other day and you walked onto the property. When Mike, my neighbor, saw you, and Mike
walked right past your
the
neighbor.
street saw you, turn around. Where they saw you, now got you on camera, walking your ass through my property, right next to my fucking driveway. You walked past 3 fucking signs, woman. 3. Don't tell me you didn't see them. They're on the fucking fence. You just said it on this camera, and I got news for you. Because you've done that, you have violated trespassing.
I was actually trying to stay on the outside of your property. Okay, well, I don't know how I would know that that's not.
Add the detectives into this so that they can see her and find out what she.
I just left the sheriff's department. I've talked to Tim Bailey. I've talked to Sheriff Weatherford. I've been talking to all of them. So Katie says, add the detectives into this so they can see her and find out what she. And then she's like, and look at this is when Sheriff Weatherford was still alive. Sheriff's department. I've talked to Tim Bailey. I've talked to Sheriff Weatherford. I've been talking to all of them. So anyway.
Okay. Well, first off.
But why is this the focus instead of finding Sebastian? It's a waste of time right now. We're arguing over a property line, like when there is a missing child.
We're arguing over a fucking safe.
I'm not showing up here to do anything to you except for find your son. Okay, I can understand someone coming and creeping around your property, especially if your son just disappeared in the middle of the night, considering we don't know who the fuck did what. But, however, this is like way over the top. However, they're under a lot of stress. I don't know. Can we judge that? I don't know, dude. Is he always like this? Did it amp up? I mean, what was his baseline before?
No.
I'm not a threat to you.
All you had to do was pick up the fucking phone and call us.
That's not how I operate. I talk to people in person. That's what I do.
You're shit at your job.
No, that's not shit at your job. PIs don't call people. They show up at their houses.
Well, I got news for you.
Okay.
Welcome to Tennessee.
Are you going to set up an appointment with me, or do you just want to keep yelling at me? This is really ridiculous. Like, this is the drama that's a disadvantage to Sebastian. He's not going to be found this way.
Answer my question. What the hell are you going to do to help find our son?
I am knocking on doors, talking to sex offenders.
FBI, Secret Service, TBI.
I am communicating with the I just talked to Tim Bailey, asked him if they talked to the sex offender. They have not talked to the sex offender. He said, I'm free to go do so, which is what I'm doing, okay?
Okay, well, first off, when you come on somebody's property, you're supposed to announce yourself because we have it posted, no trespass. It doesn't matter what your fucking job title is. Well, once it's I try to explain to you. There's no property lines in that entire subdivision.
No.
There's no community. No, nothing. Nothing. So where you were walking yesterday on camera, you're on my property.
But I really wish that you would lighten up a little bit because we are focusing on the wrong thing when we should be focusing on finding Sebastian.
If you want me to lighten up,
I do.
You want me to lighten up?
Yes, sir.
It's real simple.
I will not walk on your property again. I apologize for walking down the easement, what looked like an easement.
You told my neighbor you were hired by the family, and I am the family. So
Exactly.
if I didn't
So
hire
that
you,
tells me right there that you're hired by the Rogers family.
But I am not hired to implicate or accuse you. And
I'm not asking you to implicate.
I am trying to find him, so I want to talk to you too.
You'll come find me.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm here trying to find you.
I'm not hard to find.
Okay, when do you want it? Let's set this.
Oh, this is in person. I thought this was on a call. Oh. Is he on the phone? Okay, I'm trying to understand what's going on here. Is he at work and he's on like speakerphone? And Katie and this PI are face to face? Because we heard yesterday that investigators came to talk to Katie Proudfoot and they had already gotten their new cameras installed. And Chris piped up over the cameras and told them to get the fuck out of his house. And if they were coming back, they would have to bring the whole force. Oh, consistent with Nina's description. You're right, Miss Cheese. It is a call? Oh, okay. I don't know. I think she's at the house. Okay, Nikki, that's what I thought. She's at their door. Katie's home alone. Chris is in Memphis. He's on the phone with Katie.
This up. When do you want to meet? Whenever. We're at Memphis. I'll be in Jackson tomorrow, so I can meet you. I can I can come all the way to Memphis if that's what you require, or you can meet me somewhere in between.
Well, I would prefer you come see me because I work nights. So 9 to 1, when you guys are up, I'm actually sleeping.
Okay, so, but it's not going to be you and Katie, it's just going to be you?
It would be just me because unless Katie's coming down to see me, well, she can't. We have other things that have to happen at the house. It wouldn't be together. The only time we're going to be together might be Sunday, Monday. That's when we might actually be back together again.
Okay, well,
I'm working.
I mean, I'd rather do it both at the same time. And you already said you don't want me talking to your wife without you present. So
Right.
that would mean,
And you can ask the cops that. They don't show up and talk to her without somebody telling us both. That's
Okay.
just the way this works. That's safety in numbers. I don't trust. Don't take it the wrong way. I don't know.
well, and I mean, we wouldn't know each other. I mean, we have no reason to know each other prior to this. But
it's not hard to make a phone call and talk to somebody first. Blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
That's fine.
However, my history with cases like this is that, you know, especially with you guys are already defensive.
Right, I understand that. Not everybody in this world is like that. Not everybody is like that. I'm not. I'll be honest, I'm level-headed, I'm very brash, I'm blunt to the point. I've already told the cops this. I don't give a flying fuck what happens to him or what happens to that fucking family.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, Llama.
They did what they did.
Yeah. I would like, what would be really great in a perfect world would be if I could calm that down a little bit, because right now, but it's not this isn't helping Sebastian. You know,
it didn't help Sebastian when he aired his trauma. It didn't help Sebastian when he accused his mother of murder. It didn't help Sebastian when he made almost $50,000 on my son going missing.
She spoke up there, boy, didn't she?
Sebastian when he aired his trauma. It didn't help Sebastian when he accused his mother of murder. It didn't help Sebastian when he made almost $50,000 on my son going missing.
Who did?
Seth.
Yeah. Don't know. I didn't know about that. I don't know anything about that.
Every single day he goes on. Internet sleuth.
Let me lay this out for you, okay? They could invest.
Him, I tried to.
Okay, well, I have a question because Seth said he didn't know about the CPS reports. How did he put out his trauma? Remember, they didn't tell him, from what we know, about the CPS reports. Right? Yeah, he did those things, guys, but we know now that he was putting out breadcrumbs, right? He was putting out breadcrumbs, probably trying to get pressure on them to fucking talk to him. I don't know, just a guess. But this was the blame Seth for talking about it. But it was hidden from him. Think about it.
Yeah. I would like, what would be really great in a perfect world would be if I could calm that down a little bit, because right now, but it's not this isn't helping Sebastian. You know,
It didn't help Sebastian when he aired his trauma. It didn't help Sebastian when he accused his mother of murder. It didn't help Sebastian when he made almost $50,000 on my son going missing.
Who did?
Seth.
Yeah.
Don't know. I didn't know about that. I don't know anything about that.
Every single day he goes on. Internet sleuth.
Let me lay this out for you, okay? They could invest.
Him, I tried to work with him.
We were all in my house.
Mm-hmm.
Me, Katie, Seth, and 2 other witnesses and law enforcement were in the house.
Yeah.
I brought up what
The 2 other witnesses were Mr. and Mrs. Bowersox.
can we do to help with this situation?
Right. Okay.
And when I said, hey, do we need to raise money? Do we need to get some investigators? What do we need? Horses, whatever. We'll do whatever.
Yeah.
They said don't do anything with money because it makes the family look bad and it could turn ugly. Okay, cool. All of us standing in that living room in my house made an agreement that said we were not going to do that.
Okay. Well, so
hold on. Wait, turn your phone around. Not you. Hers. I want to see the face of her phone.
Oh, that she's recording.
You want to see the face of my phone?
Yes.
Let me unlock it.
This conversation. Don't take it the wrong way, but I told you I don't trust people right now. And people are trying to use shit in however they can. But that conversation in that living room was an agreed upon deal not to do anything with a GoFundMe page and collect money and benefit off of this. And sure as shit, what happened? The very next fucking day, there's a GoFundMe fucking page that's posted. So, I'm sorry.
So I didn't understand how he knew that Sebastian wouldn't be found and would need money when my son hadn't been missing 72 hours, and yet he knew he was going to need money to pay his bills that far in advance. That speaks volumes to me. The fact that he can't be bothered to help look for his son in the beginning. The fact that he literally released my son's sensitive trauma issues and blatantly lied about all of the details surrounding it, including the age of the person who did it to him. The fact that he has turned my son missing into some dramatized bullshit for the internet.
Yeah, just so he can profit. And it's sad. It is truly sickening. Honestly. It's sickening if he profited off of this.
I don't need to be on television hanging corners. I don't need to brag that I have done what I have done to help find my son.
Well, I understand how you guys feel about everything.
So, you don't push the information to Detective Carter?
I haven't talked to Carter yet. Carter has not gotten back with me. So I had to...
down here with me.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. But
the reason why they didn't answer.
Yeah.
I know that.
Hang on.
Okay. Carter has not gotten back with me. So I had to...
down here with me.
He's down here with me. Carter. Remember in the web sleuths, we'll sit down with Bobby and Carter and have this little powwow.
Okay, well that's good to know. But
The reason why they didn't answer.
yeah,
I know that.
but so yeah, but
Don't take this the wrong way, but why is a PI going on doing internet sleuth interviews?
you know, he contacted me before I was even hired to work the case.
It's just,
But yeah,
no
but
offense, I'm just asking.
but no, I mean, I'm not a sleuth. I'm actually a PI.
I didn't call you a sleuth.
Yeah.
On
the sleuth podcast. Yeah. I mean, they asked me for my thoughts on the Sebastian Rogers case, and
So
who is it?
aware of all of that, and Seth is not doing anything that he hasn't already done to me in the past.
Like, I'm not interested in the drama. I'm not interested in the rumors. I'm going to base who I think needs to be on the radar based on my interviews, my investigation, not what anybody else says.
So I have a question. You conduct your portion, do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know the Rogers family has hired you.
Okay.
It is very evident.
Okay.
Because we didn't hire.
They announced it publicly. It's not a secret. I know, but we already know.
There is another PI too, by the way.
I know. There's
Okay.
at least like 3 or 4 of them.
Oh yeah, I will tell you this. You can tell all the PIs, because I know you won't talk.
Yeah, we do.
Because we're sick and tired of being stalked and people coming on our properties. Because that's not just my property. It's half theirs. We've worked with
We're cool about that. Like,
probably 24 different, I'm the best one, I'm going to crack the case people already. And every last one of them that have talked to us, we have said, you are welcome to come and start from square one. You're not going to find anything that,
Well, I
250 professionals didn't, but you're welcome to try, because at this point.
I haven't been here since day one when all this went down.
Yeah.
And people don't understand. People can say, well, I understand how you feel when nobody knows how we feel.
Yeah.
Because unless you've lost a child and you've gone through this crap,
Mm-hmm.
you don't know. Like, I don't tell people, you don't know shit.
Okay, so Katie says 50 professionals weren't able to find anything, but you're welcome to try. This is 50 days in. 50. And I think Carter either works for the TBI or Sumner. Can you guys clear that up? The 2 investigators' names? I get them confused. One's from Sumner, one's from the TBI.
From square one, you're not going to find anything that,
Well,
250 professionals didn't, but you're welcome to try, because at this point.
I haven't been here since day one when all this went down.
Yeah.
And people don't understand. People can say, well, I understand how you feel when nobody knows how we feel.
Yeah.
Because unless you've lost a child and you've gone through this crap,
Mm-hmm.
you don't know. Like, I don't tell people, you don't know shit.
Unless you've lost a child and you're going through this crap. So now we go back to he was initially reported as a runaway, correct?
Okay. Well, I will tell you.
This is just in general.
I will tell you that I have only been hired on this case for 2 days.
I will forewarn you. So anything that you get, do you share back to the family?
Do I share what? Share back to the family. Is that what you said?
If you anything that you find or you get, share it.
It's going to depend if it comes from law enforcement, which is what I told Weatherford. If it's something they share with me that they tell me, because I understand that there are some things that don't need to be in the public, and if it's
Answer that question. Are you going to give them information back? Yes or no? I mean, it's real simple.
depending on what it is. If it's something I can share with them, yes, I will share it with them.
I will say this: I wish you the best of luck. I hope you find some. I hope you get some. Truly. I truly do. I hope you can find, I don't give a shit what it is, piece of evidence or something that move something in one direction.
Right.
I will tell you this. There is no chance Seth Rogers or the Roger family is going to reach out and contact us, and there's going to be reciprocating phone calls, because it ain't happening right now.
There doesn't need to be phone calls between you guys.
The only way that's going to happen, he ain't going to do it. He ain't going to do it.
Yeah.
It's real simple. So, and I mean, unfortunately, he's made his bed, he's going to lie. I mean, it is what it is.
I tried, 4 different times to get him to interview with me.
It seems like y'all were somewhat cordial in the beginning.
We were.
Katie said she tried 4 different times to get Seth to interview with her. Did you hear that?
Eddie's gonna lie. You know, I mean, it is what it is.
I tried, 4 different times to get him to interview with me.
It seems like y'all were somewhat cordial in the beginning.
We were.
He have been very cordial. I got proof of shit that where he's running his mouth that he didn't talk to me and all this. I got phone records where I have had hour-long conversations.
When he said that Hayden spoke to him, that we refused to speak to him for 2 weeks, he was on the phone with him for long periods of time. Damn near every day at that point. Welcome to
They were welcomed in the house. It was fine. And what was your name again?
This is what they told us about you too.
Well, everybody and I'm being honest, everybody on fucking Facebook, all this YouTube, all this TikTok, all this bullshit, they could take those fucking shows and stick them so far up their asses, and I hope they choke off.
Yeah.
There ain't a fucking one of them out there that have sit here and run us through the fucking dirt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire. But
There you go. There you go, folks. So again, I ask you, why are Chris and Katie on Queen Bee, Granny's Watching, drama channels, and Seth has been begging the interview room to fucking talk to him? Tell me. It doesn't make sense.
that have sit here and run us through the fucking dirt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire.
Well, we're so unhinged that they found some lady that has the same name as me that murdered her child, I guess, in the early 2000s, and they're trying to say that that's me.
That's the problem with sleuths that don't have access to like actual databases, is that a lot of these like Truthfinder and all those like, the public access ones, there's mixed information.
So let me ask you this. You're going after sex offenders.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
Right. That's my...
You have the access to scan the dark web for trafficking?
Yeah. I can get that done. Not me personally, but I know somebody, yeah.
Do it.
That reminds me of Don Wells. Do you have access to scan the dark web for trafficking?
You have the access to scan the dark web for trafficking?
Yeah. I can get that done. Not me personally, but I know somebody, yeah.
Do it.
She says, do it.
Okay.
Please. I mean, you're not more for me, but...
Yeah, no, but that's, I mean, is that how you feel? That's
I know you don't work for me, but...
what you think is going on?
Everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking.
Sex offender bullshit? Wait, what?
And they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go?
Right.
Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single group, agency, technology, everything that was brought in, there's no chance he was within 5 miles of this house.
Okay.
It was done over and over and over, and they used heat sinking, they used FLIR, they used vision, they used night. I mean, they did. They did. If you can name it, they did it, and they did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement. I was begging them to search farther.
Okay.
This area has been canvassed.
Okay. Yeah. I'm a mom too, baby. I get it. I do. I have a 15-year-old son as well. And you're doing a good job of keeping yourself together, which some people interpret badly.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Every one of them spineless cowards ain't got the fucking balls to come over, call, ain't got nothing. All they got is a keyboard to put out there.
Oh, yeah.
Bullshit stories.
I wasn't trying to be hateful. It's just, there's so many people.
So do you plan on releasing any of the footage and pictures that you took of the house?
No. That's for me. That's for my file.
There's not an inch of my house inside or out that hasn't been publicly posted. So you can find it. It's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, the pictures, regardless, you can find the pictures of every angle.
Yeah.
On silk.
I'm sure.
Well, I will say this much. Before you make that trip to Memphis, I need to make sure, one, I'll be able to have the time to actually sit down and talk, because we have concrete floors, a chick flow, and those hours are longer than normal. So I don't want to sit there and waste your time and your energy or your gas and stuff coming down here if I can't actually be to sit down.
Hey, let me get your guys' phone numbers, and can I just call you when I'm in Jackson tomorrow?
Send me a text.
Okay, what's your number?
83.
Okay, and Katie, what's your number?
Just send me a text right now with your name so I know. If not, I'll be like,
Yeah, okay, I will.
And I won't answer. Yeah.
Ironically, they don't bark much. I just gave them a phone. I give them each a bone, and then one of them puts it down and barks at the other for the bone that the other one has.
All right, you both have my phone number.
Ironically, she says that the Yorkies don't bark much. I just give them a bone. I give them each a bone, and then one of them puts it down and barks at the other for the bone that the other one has.
Ironically, they don't bark much. I just gave them a phone. I give them each a bone, and then one of them puts it down and barks at the other for the bone that the other one has.
All right, you both have my phone number now.
Oh, yeah, it was Sebastian's phone. Kane, thank you so much for correcting that. I had that totally wrong. It was Sebastian's phone. Sebastian's phone. They still have. I think she wanted to talk to both of them, Rhonda. But he said it was going to be really hard to get them together. What was the other thing you guys wanted me to play? Was there something else you guys wanted to watch? I think that's all I had in my... Did we play Nancy Grace with Seth? Because I had that here too. Did we play that? Hold on. I want to hear his day of again.
I blocked you and Crimson Moon at the exact same time.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
A missing autistic teen, Sebastian Rogers.
Did we watch this?
The hunt is on for this.
My husband was...
Okay, let's watch this for a second.
Where is a missing autistic teen, Sebastian Rogers? The hunt is on for this boy. Did he wander away from home entirely barefoot? This as eerie surveillance footage emerges outside Sebastian's home, purportedly of two people with flashlights. What does that mean? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
You are hearing Sebastian's mother describing the moment that she realizes Sebastian is gone. Again, I'm Nancy Grace, and I want to thank you for being with us. The search for Sebastian is doing to look for him every day, and I know that to be true. You are looking for him every day. Guys, please look at Sebastian. This young boy is autistic. He may not, in a scared and emotional and lost state, he may not even be able to tell someone who he is and where his home is. He is out there lost, and the Lord only knows where. Seth, what have you been doing to find Sebastian?
Been handing out flyers every day. I've been on some podcasts. I've done some face-to-face interviews on the news. I'm just anything I can. I've been to the south side of Nashville. I've been to Franklin. I've been to Bellevue. I've been through Henderson. I've been through Gallatin. I've been through Clarksville. I've been through Oak Grove, Kentucky. I mean, I'm handing out flyers, finding out. I mean, I want everybody to see my son and know that he's missing, and that if you see him, call 911. I need my son back.
Okay,
I'm just
I
trying
will.
to get my
I'll
mind
put up a poll.
around what you
Good
and
idea.
Sebastian's mom are going through, because when I go in to wake up my twins, if they're not in the bed, which is rare, they're usually still asleep. If they're not in the bed, I immediately glance in the bathroom, and if they're not there, that's totally out of character. They're always right there in their bedroom in the morning when I wake them up. And that would be totally out of the normal if they weren't there. Tell me your understanding of what happened.
Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. And I heard that once I got there. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and a missed phone call. And I called him, and he told me that Sebastian was missing and he didn't know what had happened. So I had
Okay, let me ask a couple of quick questions, Seth. Number one, is there any type of a burglar alarm in the home?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Okay, that is not helping me. Let me see if I can find that out. I'm going to go to Aaron Cantrell on that from News
can
Channel
only do
5.
4
So we don't know if there's a burglar
options.
alarm. Was a window open in Sebastian's home, in his room?
Not that I am aware of.
Well, Nancy, we
Okay.
don't know. We do know that they did search the perimeter of the house. And I know one day when I was out there, when they were searching, they had a dive team out there. They were searching the grounds. But the area is very, some parts of it is very rural, and they're doing a lot of construction around the area. So there's a lot of construction, lots of subdivisions being built in that area. And like you mentioned earlier, the flashlights in the backyard, that was a very common area where people could potentially be walking. But it is odd at that early in the morning that there were 2 flashlights, in considering that's what detectives are saying, that they believe that Sebastian left the home barefoot with the flashlight. So that is very odd. But as you can see in these pictures here, it's a very rural area. They've called in teams from across Tennessee. I mean, they've gone as far east, as far west, bringing in different units to come search the property. They've trained ponds. They're looking everywhere. And they've searched about a 10-mile radius in thousands of miles, just going back and forth until unfortunately they had to scale back that search.
So Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message at about 7:20. I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So immediately. When you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any signs of forced entry at the front or back door or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything
Back
stolen
door-
from the home?
Not that I was informed of.
Okay. Do you
Back
know if
door-
there are burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6 miles? Did you say 6 miles?
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
He rode the bus. Is he mainstreamed? He is autistic. Is he mainstreamed with other students?
He's in their Why We Try program.
What is that?
It's for the special needs children, where they are doing the same tasks that the mainstream does, but they get a little bit extra time. You know, if they have like 30 questions, and then in the Why We Try program, they get like 20, and they get extra time to answer them. So they're still learning the same stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. That morning, your wife calls you, your ex calls you about 7:20 a.m. Would that have been
No.
on a school day?
No, it was her husband that called me.
Okay. Was that at 7:20 a.m.?
No, 7:20 a.m. is when I got to my vehicle, because I got off of work at 7. My shift ended at 7. By the time I found out to make sure that I didn't have to stay over or anything, then I got to my truck about 7:20, and they had texted me and tried to call me on my cell phone at around 6:20.
And you found out about it at 7:20, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, did he go missing on a school day?
From my understanding, she put him to bed Sunday night, and yes, Monday morning he's missing.
Okay, so he's in his room Sunday night, Monday morning, he's gone out of his home. Could you tell me the level of the severity of his autism?
He's very intelligent. He's very smart. He just lacks social skills and reading of people's body language. He likes things to be in a routine. He likes to control his environment.
I'm looking at Sebastian right now, and it is breaking my heart thinking of this young boy, this autistic boy, possibly out in the wild, possibly with strangers he doesn't know. What would his reaction be to that, Seth Rogers?
I don't know, because I've never seen him have to deal with this. Most of the time, if he's with me, he gets his information from me about interacting with people. If I sit there and I'm meeting new people, I talk to him. It's like, son, you can introduce yourself if you would like, if he does.
Okay, so I want to ask you guys, do you think that Sebastian made it home from the Roadhouse? And I'm going to show you Roadhouse video. We're going to pull that up right now. Put a 1 in chat if you think he made it home. Put a 2 in chat if you don't think he made it home. Because the only video we have is them eating at the restaurant and then going out to the car. And then we heard there's a figure taking out the garbage. Ooh, I like the garlic parm wings. 1, you think he made it home. 2, you don't. We're torn on that, huh? FBI update says he made it home. That's true, caveat. That's really true. Because if you think about it, they must know he made it home, but there's no sign of him leaving the home. I personally think he made it home. Yeah, I know, Bethany. But they did say he was last seen in the area of Stafford Court. So maybe they have footage of them getting home. That's a good question, Shady. Yeah, I lean towards made it home as well. Right, Cal Tato. Like Shanann didn't walk out either. No footage of her leaving. No footage of him leaving, but we do have the flashlight video. You're stumped on the 3-hour phone call. Yep. Remember the flashlight video, which, has been analyzed and turned into other things. But we do have those flashlights. And if we look at just the flashlight, let's look at just the flashlight video. Not zooming in.
Lindsay Clancy's on trial for killing her 3 children.
Oh my God.
Her husband, Patrick, gave his testimony.
Oh my God.
Now we're going to go through.
I didn't want to do that. Here it is. So right here, you have subject 1 over here on the right. Oops. Shit. It went out of frame. Now you're going to see another one come up. Watch. This is the only video that's been released in the media, and they said it was part of Sebastian's case. There's the light again. see it moving? See, subject 2 just pops up. Watch. This is where the Proudfoot's house would be right here. Yeah, I remember the man card. Miss Cheese. This is the Proudfoot's house area, and this is a light moving through. So if we go back to the beginning, in the very beginning, we have this light. Right, Shady. So there we have both subjects. So we've got someone here with a flashlight waiting almost. And then we have this one, this light source moving towards this one. So what did they do? Did they meet up here and then move off frame? No, this isn't honeysuckle. Nope. I've been through this a gazillion times, trust me. Cluminati in them want you to think that's honeysuckle. It's not. It's not. I have Terry Lynn driving by and Barbecue driving by. This same light source comes from the back lights that the Proudfoot said are always on. Trust me. Pretty hate. I've analyzed. I've gotten other people to drive by and give me the same little light right here. This is looking through the common area towards their house from Stafford. So here they are right off frame over here. They're gone. Yeah, by the gazebo. It's facing the gazebo. And the common area that Katie was saying the PI trespassed in. Oh, yeah, they totally did. They were like, we're debunking J for Justice. They went out there, measured, took Crabtree with them. I don't trust that shit. I don't go off that. So here comes subject 2 going towards where subject 1 was. And that's it. And that is it.
We begin with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show 2 people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
Now that is fishy.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you
There
see
go.
subject
Okay.
1 with...
I want to stop right there. Do you believe Nick Barris, who has an excellent reputation of journalism for decades, or do you believe Cluminati, who went out there and measured the security camera and says it's pointing towards Honeysuckle, which is a road that's up a hill? I believe Nick Barris. I choose to believe Nick Barris.
Circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it.
So the last light source goes back towards their house. At the very end, the last light source goes back towards the house. Make with it what you will, folks. I don't know. But the fact that there's activity at 3 a.m, when we just heard Chris Proudfoot say between midnight and 6, he went poof, disappeared. We've got, boom, 3 a.m. light sources. Who are they? What are they? What happened to Sebastian? We're told that he left with no damn shoes, but a little flashlight. Yeah, it all happened right in sequence, 3 o'clock in the morning. Crazy.
I know, there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home.
This came out March 14th. Right at, wait, when did they do the Duchess interview? Hold on. March 14th, this came out on the news. They did their first interview. Let's see. March 3rd. So March 3rd, they did the first interview with Duchess. The second interview with Duchess was... let's see. Second interview, March 17th. Okay, so they did the first interview, and then this came out on the 14th, and then they did another interview on the 17th.
Is significant. Identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Nick. Of course, the search for Sebastian continues, with detectives now looking into any possibility of foul play. If you think you can help, call 1-800 TBI find.
All right, and there you go. That's all I've got for you today, folks. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. Let's see the results of our poll, and then we're going to get on out of here. We have, what do you think? And I only had 4 options. So what do you think happened to Sebastian? 76% of you say foul play, step parent, mom. Wow, 76%. Foul play with a stranger, 11. Ran away, 8. Foul play with Seth, 4%. Damn. Damn, dude. No wonder they're out here creating havoc, huh? Most of you guys think that they hold the key. Jerry says, I'm with the majority. Yeah, me too, Penny. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Lindsay Clancy trial. We will be live at 11:30 a.m. It's going to be a full day till 5 p.m. tomorrow. Callie, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for being here. And hopefully, we get more answers and we'll see what happens next. Thanks, moderators, for being here. I appreciate you guys. All of you have a great day. Let's run our credits and then let's get the heck on out of here. Have a wonderful evening. Try to stay with the facts, guys, because there's a lot of narratives swirling around out there. Thank you, Paul. That's so true. All right, guys. Have a great day. Stay safe.